I'm so what did we have for lunch, Mr. Raymer?
A bagel.
That's good.
And you, Mr. Mason?
Same thing, just a piece of bagel and cup of coffee. Maybe, matter of fact, maybe a pot of coffee. All right, everybody, we're late. Okay.
Hi, this is Bill. Can you start my video? There we go. Thank you very much.
Person we got to make sure didn't run away was Roland.
I see Roland.
Oh, I got to go. Oh, there we go. I had to go back to that. Are we all here? Are we all here?
Yes, I'm here.
You
Okay.
expect somebody who's not here to answer?
That was good. That was good. Okay, Mr. Geiger, when you get a chance, I think we're on capital. I think we have one more list. I'm not sure what other amendments we have in capital before we can finish that either. I believe that's the remaining document.
I had one more addition, I believe. Oh, I'm sorry. This is, never mind. Thank you.
Okay. At the end of this list, I would like to that's where I'd like to revisit Julian Curtis. Is everybody on board? I'm going to begin.
Is Karen here? Is Karen on?
Hey, Mike, I got to walk out for a half a second, but I do have one amendment on this page, as you may know.
I'm here. I'm just dealing with a dog situation.
Okay.
Okay.
When you tell me when to begin, I begin. We're going to do this page exactly like last page. So if your item's number 1 or 2 or whatever it is. Okay, I'm going to begin.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Highway Department 312, Project 20224, Highway Maintenance Program. Budget Committee recommended 2 million. There's a motion to reduce. These are motions to reduce by 500,000. I'll move that item. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Tarkington. Discussion.
Jeff, that was yours.
Mr. Raymer, did you want to
No,
speak?
no, it was not mine, I don't think.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion? I see no hands. Just a commentary on this, obviously with the oil prices the way they are, we're gonna probably get more, shall we say, blacktop for the same dollar amount, which is actually good. That gives us a little bit of a benefit. That was the thought behind some of this. Mr. Drake, would you call the vote? Unless I have no other comments on this, I'm going to, should I consider this a 12-0 vote? Ms. Moriarty's hands up.
I just want to add the information that the first selectman recommended reducing this to 250. And I think when you look at the detailed budget page, if they put in the budget book, that's a logical break with how they expected to spend the money.
Okay.
Tell us again, what was the, I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me. What was the first selectman's recommended figure?
It was a reduction of I just want to make sure I'm looking at the right line.
250,000.
250, reduction of 250.
Yeah, this is making maybe a point of order, but whether the chair can consider following the guidance of the first selectman on this, that would be my point of order if there's a way.
Okay, so I'll revise the motion if I have a second from 500 to 250.
Second, I second.
Okay, discussion. Let me just add to everyone that might be watching. Remember, we all came together on one list and we had a list of differences. This list here did not have the three groups support. This item happened to be supported by one group at one level, the first selectman at another level, and it didn't have support elsewhere. That's why it's on this list. So everybody understands that these are not new discussions. It's just we've been working on more of what we had more consensus on. So with that conversation, this item being at 250, do I have further discussion? I'm going to mark that 12-0.
At
Next
250, yeah, okay.
Yep, next item, Highway Division, Project 20229, ADA Sidewalk Accessibility Program. Originally at 4, the motion to reduce by 200 is moved. Do I have a second?
I'll
Second.
I heard a second. I might have heard two.
Moriarty.
Moriarty, second. Discussion. If not, I see no discussion. I'll take a vote on that item as 12-0 unless I hear otherwise. Thank you. Moving on, Highway Division. Project number 20236, Bridge Maintenance Program from 275, proposed at 150. And
Second.
seconded by Ms. Tarkington. I do think this was a Ben item as well, too. I'm not sure, though. Do I hear any discussion on this? If not, I'm going to consider this item 12-0 and move to the next. Building construction maintenance. I will say before we get started, our caucus had a change because of the rep on our board having a slight change in dollar amount, but the concept is the same. Budget committee had it at $1,030,000, and the motion is to, after consultation with the department, is to reduce by $880,000. I'll make that motion. Do I have a second?
Mike,
Second.
Mike, you misstated the item. You said bridge maintenance program. This is Hamilton Rink Facility.
I'm
Improvements.
sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Fascilotis. This is the Dorothy Hamill continuation of the facility improvements. So the motion before you is to reduce 880, and that's a modified from what you might have heard us talk about at our workshop due to consultations with Mr. Minelli. Further discussion.
Yeah,
Second.
So,
I have an amendment which we'll get to, which is to follow the guidance of the first selectman and to eliminate the entire item. Get an
Okay.
incremental savings and go with the entire reduction of $1,030,000.
Okay, I'll entertain that as what we call our revisit at the end of this or after this motion is disposed of. Further
Point of
discussion.
order,
Mr.
point of
Drake,
order.
I have a point of order. Who was it?
That was Moriarty. Just the way we've been handling these things is we've been having the full discussion within the initial vote. So the guidance I think that Mr. Weisbrod needs is to raise his issues now.
Right. Okay, I have Mr. Weisbrod. You can speak on your opposition to this motion and what you would like to see us do.
I'm going to let that phone get picked up, somebody. Sorry, I can't mute it, but it'll go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry for that. So my motion is simple. We're in a very difficult time. Coronavirus has attacked us. We need to have fiscal conservatism. We need to constrain our spending. We are working very hard in concert with you, with the Republican Party, to make whatever cuts we can, painful as they may be. And at a time when we're making such deep, deep cuts across the board, and when the first selectman has proposed painfully to eliminate this year's appropriation for the skating rink, I support our first selectman. And I think we need to stick with that. It's a bigger cut, and the cut really should be executed to help us attack financially the outcome of the skating of the coronavirus. So that's why I say raise the cut to $1,030,000.
Thank you. Mr. Weisbrod, Mr. Drake has his hand up.
I'm getting an email also, I think from Laura, but we can talk about that. This has nothing at all to do with the coronavirus. You own a 50-year-old rink. It's been out of date for 20 years. We've been working on fixing it planning it for 4. And this isn't the construction. This isn't even, this $1 million isn't even the full A&E. This, when it's reduced, the $1,030,000, when it's reduced by $880,000, you'll have a $150,000 appropriation. That combined with the $250,000 in the 2020 budget, which had a condition on which hasn't been released and therefore hasn't been spent, that $250,000 plus the $150,000 that results here makes $400,000, which Mr. Minnelli says should be more than adequate to get 30% design here. We're not building anything. We're just keeping the paperwork moving forward on the replacement of your 50-year-old rink and preserving sports for Greenwich High girls and boys and everybody else. And Mr. Minnelli's got all prepared RFP for the firms to propose their services, and we'll run a very rigorous bake-off and competition for A&E services, which I'm going to bet is going to come in well under $400,000, but the outer envelope of it is the $150,000 that you're looking at here, plus $250,000 that's unspent from the 2020 budget. So this is just keeping this project moving forward for the benefit of recreation and all the other users. That's what's behind this. We'd ask you to please approve it on its reduced basis to $150,000.
So I have my hand raised. Obviously, I take strong issue when you say it's got nothing to do with the coronavirus. Of course it has to do with the coronavirus. It's got everything to do as much as Julian Curtis. Why would we exclude one project because it's a pet project of one member of the BET? I mean, I think
Mr. Weisbrod, that is out of line. I'll accept your apology. We are not going to go down that road because that's a two-way road. Okay? Am I being clear? I need to be very clear here. We have worked very hard on our decorum, and I do not accept those kind of comments. Back on the discussion of the motion before us. Okay.
I'm sorry, Deborah Hess. The reason I support
Raise
this,
your hands.
I know I need to do that. I'm sorry. Hold on. I'll raise it. I can't. It's like the way my computer. Okay, Mike, my hand is raised. Mr. Chair.
Ms. Hess?
Sorry. So the reason I support this at a lower level is because I just keep thinking about Joe coming in for the past 3 years, just about how he sort of hopes that this thing, that it'll turn on every season and be able to move it forward a little bit. I get the coronavirus and it might be scaled back dramatically, but there may be a chance that there's some element of some sport can be done on a limited basis. And so to be able to push it forward a little bit, I'm willing to do that and not have the full project amount. So that is why I support it at this time.
Do I see the hand? Further discussion on the motion? Mr. Drake?
So I'm a little fuzzy on the voting here. Are we voting at the 880 or at the 150 or elimination of everything? You need to set that up so it's clear.
Thank you. Good question.
Mr. Raymer. Thank you, Mr. Raymer. Very good question. I think what's transpired before you is there is a motion before us to reduce it by 880. And one of our members believes we should reduce it to by the complete 1030, but the motion before you is the 880. And of course, obviously, I'll entertain a motion after this one is dissolved to reduce it the rest of the way if the member so chooses. What's before you is a vote yes would be to reduce by 880. A vote no would be to not reduce by the 880. Did I get that right? I think I got that.
Yeah,
You did right.
Mr. Chair, may I speak?
Mr. Raymer, please.
Yeah, that's a little confusing because, more normally you would have perhaps under Robert's rules treated Mr. Weisbrod's motion as a motion to amend and voted on it and either substituted the 1,030,000 or the 1,030,000 or if it failed, then stay at the 880. Right now, if you're voting on the 880, somebody who would like to delete all of it is a little puzzled on how to vote. Do they vote against that motion? Do they vote for that motion? And then there's another motion to eliminate the other 150. It's a little simpler if you treat Mr. Weisbrod's motion as a motion to amend.
Okay, we have not done motions to amend all day on top of motions. We have been settling one motion at a time. When this item came up, for some reason, Ms. Moriarty wanted to have the dialogue on the entire item as quote by her that we've been doing all day. So I entertained that suggestion from the minority caucus leader. Now I've entertained it. Now what we've been doing all day is different. That doesn't work. It's just like before lunch, we used the hand buttons. Now we're not. So the motion before you, and I will entertain any motion Mr. Weisbrod would like afterwards, but the motion before you is the one that's moved in second to reduce by 880,000. Okay. Mr. Drake, would you call a roll call vote on this?
Yes, and you're going to see a condition on this too later in the day. So the motion is to reduce the 1,030,000 by 880,000. If you vote yes for the reduction, as I will, you're going to end up with a $150,000 capital appropriation. So let's start with Ms. Cruiser.
Yes.
Yes. Ms. Hess. Ms. Hess?
Yes. To 880, yes.
Ms. Crumick?
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty?
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington?
Abstain.
Mr. Mason?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Fasliotis?
Abstain.
Mr. Raymer?
Yes.
Mr. Deuce?
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod?
I'm going to abstain.
Ms. Erickson?
Yes.
So that vote was 9 in favor, none opposed, and 3 abstentions. It passes.
Okay, while we're still on this item, Mr. Weisbrod, do you have an additional amendment on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to propose that we eliminate the entire appropriation of $1,030,000.
Mr.
So, yes.
Weisbrod, has a motion before you to reduce the remaining 150 down to zero,
Yes,
or
thank you.
thank you, and I'll second that item for discussion. Mr.
Can I just interject once? Roland, the vote was 903, not
Thank you.
930.
Thank you, Ms. Vassilotis. Can't get Roland, you just can't get by. She's just catching it.
Sorry.
We need a laugh. All right, Mr. Weisbrod, I'm sorry for the interruption. Discussion.
No interruption. No reason to be sorry. My motion is a yes vote on my motion would be to add, as you say, the additional $150,000 to eliminate the item.
Okay, so the motion before you, seconded by Mr. Mason, is to bring the item down an additional 150,000, which would make it zero in total. Mr. Drake, would you call the roll?
Sure. Starting at Ms. Erickson's end of the table. Ms. Erickson?
No.
Mr. Weisbrod?
Yes.
Mr. Deuce?
No.
Mr. Raymer?
Yes.
Ms. Fasliotis?
Abstain.
I'm a no. Mr. Mason,
No.
Ms. Tarkington,
Abstain.
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes.
Ms. Kremick,
No.
Ms. Hess,
No.
Ms. Cruiser.
No.
Okay, that item was 3 in favor, 7 opposed, and 2 abstentions.
Okay, moving on to the next item, School 680, Plumbing and Electrical Project. It's a series of projects, but Project 20298. The original was at 854,000. The motion before you would be to reduce that number by $250,000. I'll so move that. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Tarkington. Discussion.
Leslie.
I see Ms. Tarkington's hands up.
Yes, this is the $250,000 that we were instructed by the BOE to reduce when we approved the MISA, the fix for the MISA GHS leak in, I think we did this in February in the budget committee and the full BET. And this was the reduction that we were instructed to take, and it didn't happen during the budget committee. So this should be an easy one.
Right. This is, I agree. This is a correcting item. Thank you, Ms. Tarkington. Ms. Erickson, your hand is up.
Yes, I think we already took care of this in the agreed list. My understanding was this 250 was the reduction from the HVAC line item. So that was my understanding. Either it's showing up in 2 places or.
Mr. Chairman, can I speak?
Please, Ms. Tarkington.
No, this was, this item, we were instructed to take it out of the plumbing and electrical. And this is where we have proposed that it be taken. Roland can go back to the, I think it was 89, but my memory might not be correct on that number, but I believe it was very specific to take it out of plumbing and electrical.
Okay, so just so you know, I can't support this item because I thought I already voted for this item in a previous motion. So I am apparently confused. I'm misinformed about what the HVAC item was in that combined motion. Thank you.
Okay. I have Ms. Tarkington. Oh, I forgot to put Ms. Tarkington's hand down. I'm sorry. I don't see another hand up there. Roland, is there anybody that can answer this question? If it's been done in a previous motion, obviously, we're not trying to do it twice. We all agree to that. Is there any answer to this?
I'll look up the memo or the
It was attached to, I think it was ED9.
ED9, yes.
Okay. Roland, would you like me to hold or would you like me to go to another item?
You go to another item.
Thank you. Following Parks and Rec Playground, 822, Project 20316, Playground Inspection Upgrade Program, a slight reduction by from 250 to 50,000. I'll move that item. Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion. Okay. I'm not seeing any hands. I'm going to take that as a 12-0 vote unless I hear differently. I'm not hearing differently. Mr. Drake, would you mark that down as that? Okay. Ms. Vassilotis, would you make sure that Roland does that on the sheet for me and follow up on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next item, Parks and Playgrounds, 822, Project 20317, Tennis and Basketball Maintenance Program. Again, originally at 125. The item here is to reduce it to 50. Obviously, I think lots of us have been consultation with the department head. I'll move that. Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion on this item. I see Ms. Erickson's hand up.
So this is an item that makes me uncomfortable. This is just normal routine maintenance on all the tennis courts and the 40 some odd basketball courts. The First Selectman's office did not recommend any reduction in this line item. And again, for safety, security, liability reasons for this amount of money, I would much prefer we just leave it intact.
Okay, further discussion?
Can I speak? I just as a past user of the tennis courts and a person that frequents the parks with the dogs. There have been occasions where these tennis courts have been upgraded where there's no apparent issue with the tennis courts. And I also recall the replacing of fencing that really could have stayed there for at least 2 or 3 or 4 more years. So I don't think that we're reducing this totally. I think we would be deferring some things that maybe did not need replacing that were on the list for replacing. And I would support this.
Ms. Moriarty's got her hand up.
Yes, just in response to the prior comment, typically, you know, your comments are interesting, but they're anecdotal, and, you know, we rely on our town employees to provide the recommendations they have. I don't know what specific courts they're identifying in this particular program, and maybe it's in a page here that I can't quite turn to just now. But I'm not sure if evaluating these changes at this time, whether that's the conversation we should be having. They only have 19,000 left from last year, so they do seem to use their budget annually. And so I think we should reconsider whether this reduction is wise.
My only point is that we're not reducing this to 0. We're still allowing maintenance to occur. And I just, you know, again, I support this.
I see Ms. Tarkington's hand is up.
Yes, I agree with Ms. Vassilotis. This is an item where I believe we've been told that these courts, basketball and tennis, are redone every 3 years. I expect that usage will not be as great this summer, based on what we know about, you know, whatever. And so I think a small reduction here makes sense in this particular year. But obviously I support the program. This is only a 20%, whatever it is. It's more than that, but it's a small reduction, and the program continues. Thank you.
Ms. Erickson?
I just want to say, we don't know what's going to happen this summer, but what we do know is that those people working from home, educating themselves at home, they do take breaks during the day. I don't know what street you guys live on, but I've never seen a busier street that I live on, and we have no sidewalks. At some point, the tennis courts and the basketball courts will be allowed to reopen, perhaps with different rules. And I think our residents deserve quality facilities. And I just, again, for this amount of money for a maintenance program, I would just like to keep it as the Parks and Rec department recommends. I think we get into trouble when we start skimping on maintenance. And I think we've learned that lesson before. Thank you.
Ms. Crumick, you have your hand up.
Yes, I just wanted to note that the tennis and basketball maintenance program is reviewed on pages 171 to 173 in our capital book, and there is a whole list of the inventory and what is needed. So I think there's been some careful review of these courts around the town and putting them onto a schedule. And I concur that with everyone inside, there's going to be a moment when people are allowed to go out and they're going to want to be able to use these facilities. And we certainly want to have them in a position where they are safe for our use. So I would encourage us to go forward with the full program of maintenance.
Do I have any more hands? This one, let me just give a comment. I was sort of indifferent. I could share the thoughts on both sides. I'll probably vote to just sustain the reduction. I also, at one point in time, had looked in figuring on what the closures were going to be on all town facilities and how long they would be closed, and if we wanted to go the other way to accelerate things, but that's not happening because as we've learned over the last month or two that we're just not doing capital because it's getting people together. It's the collective amount of people together and all the other stuff. again, I'm hoping by the time this budget starts, we're back in business, but, again, I can see it from a lot of different avenues, but right now, I think I would just support leaving it with this motion and moving forward. So with that, I'll call Mr. Drake for the vote on this item.
We're going to call this the tennis and basketball maintenance. And a vote yes is a vote to reduce it by $50,000, which would leave $75,000. Let's start with Ms. Erickson.
No,
Mr. Weisbrod,
No,
Mr. Deuce,
No.
Mr. Raymer,
No,
Ms. Vasiliotis.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Mason,
I'll pass for the moment.
Ms. Tarkenton,
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty,
No.
Ms. Kremick,
No,
Ms. Hess. Ms. Hess,
Sorry, no.
Ms. Cruiser.
No.
So far, this item has 3 yeses and 8 noes.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Mason, your vote?
I'll abstain on that vote.
Okay, so that vote was 3 in favor, 8 opposed, 1 abstention. The reduction did not succeed.
Okay, well, just a quick intermission already. Roland, can you go up to the one above that and make the vote 12-0?
Thank
And
you,
then-
Mr. Mason. I was just going to raise that issue.
Thank you. I just see him with the cursor. And then do we have an answer on the 250?
We do. The backup said to take it out of the plumbing and electrical.
Okay,
So
so
did we-
it hasn't been taken out before this motion.
then what was the 250 on HVAC?
It was a reduction.
Yeah,
Roland,
we were told that was,
can we just kind of keep this organized? Let's
Yes.
let Roland go.
I just, I'll show you here. Here's where he talks about taking it out of the plumbing and electrical.
Okay. Gotcha. So we haven't removed that money yet today. So if we pass this motion, we wouldn't be doing a double removal, which is, I don't think what anybody's intention is. Roland, is that true?
I agree with you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm gonna, when we get back to that screen, I'll call Mr. Drake for the roll call vote.
What shall we call this one?
When I see the screen, I'll give you the answer to that. Schools, 956, 20298, plumbing and electrical reduction. 250. And if you'd call the vote, Mr. Drake?
Okay. Let's start with Ms. Cruiser's end.
Can you pass on me for now, please?
Yep. Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Ms. Kremick,
no,
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes.
Ms. Tarkenton,
Yes.
Mr. Mason.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Vasiliotis,
Yes.
Mr. Raymer,
no,
Mr. Deuce,
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod,
yes,
Ms. Erickson.
I think I'm going to have to abstain because I clearly didn't understand the prior motion to reduce, so I'm going to abstain.
Okay, we circle back to Ms. Cruiser.
Yes.
So this item has 8, let me see, 9 yeses, 2 noes, and an abstention. 9, 2, 1. It passes.
Okay, that gets us caught up on that. Parks and Rec Beaches, Department 833, Project 20320, Island Utilities generator replacement. The original item was 200. Conversations have caused the motion to reduce it by 100,000. I'll move that. Do I have a second?
Second,
Seconded by Ms. Tarkington. Discussion. This was a Ben item, wasn't it? If I'm not mistaken.
yes, it was a Ben item.
Okay, because I don't remember. Okay, Mr. Raymer.
So if it's a Ben item, maybe with Ben not being here, maybe I'm not going to get an answer to the question. It's hard for me to understand the logic of the 200 becoming 100. We were told that these are generators, not that are failing or something, but that they're end of their useful life was what the provision had said. The cost is 200. It's the only power source that supports the Island Beach, the concession stand, the lifeguard stand, the caretaker's cottage, and probably some other things. I'm not understanding the logic of 100. Are we going to buy half a generator? I mean, it seems to me that either you make the decision that we don't need it this year, it'll wait another year, then you want to reduce it to 0, or you decide that it's at the end of its useful life. We certainly couldn't deal with a power failure over there. That would be a mess. So we better fund the whole 200. What's the logic of $100 or 100,000 in reduction? That's a question to whoever's the proponent of this motion.
Ms. Tarkington.
Oh, I'm not a proponent, but the sheet does say 3 generators. It will be interesting to see whether the ferry boats can operate to the islands this summer. Perhaps there's, one or not, they're not doing all the generators. But it's my understanding that this was a Ben submission, and the original submission for this year was only 25,000. So, there's likely an explanation, but I wanted to give you this information.
Thank you. Mr. Raymer, I can tell you on a quick review of generators, and I'm not sure it applies here. Generators are 2 units. One's the electrical producing unit, one's the power plant. And sometimes you can change one facet or the other. I don't know that to be true here or not. So I think what they've done here is they might have cut the program for 3 down by some. That's what I think the logic would be.
Thank you.
Further discussion. Mr. Drake, would you call for the vote?
We're going to call this the Parks and Rec generation. Ms. Cruiser,
Yes.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Ms. Crumick,
No.
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington,
Yes,
Mr. Mason.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mrs. Fasciotis,
Vasiliotis, yes.
Mr. Raymer,
No.
Mr. Deuce,
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod,
Yes.
Mrs. Erickson.
Yes.
That item passes 10-2.
Thank you. Parks and Rec Harbors, Division 834, Project 20329, 88 changes hyphen engineering project 100. There's a motion to reduce that to 50,000. Do I have a second?
second,
Second, discussion. Hearing no discussion. I have a hand up, Leslie Moriarty.
Yes, I just want to highlight this recommendation is consistent with what came from the first selectman's office. It is, so I'm going to accept that recommendation. However, clearly this is a priority, I think, for all of us to make sure our facilities are accessible and safe for all residents.
Well said. I don't see any other hands up. Should I assume that this is a 12-0 vote, or should I call for a roll call vote? Hearing no abstention, that will be 12-0. Okay. I think that document, oh, I'm sorry. Can we go back to, there's a motion before us postponed with a 2/3 vote for Julian Curtis School. The motion was to reduce by $2.6 million for A&E. That motion is now before us again. Discussion. Ms. Hess, did you want to speak?
My concern on this one is there's been a lot of talk about tabling versus postponing, redoing ed specs. It does appear to still be a priority of the school. And so again, I sort of grapple with what's the next step on this. And I've also heard that maybe they don't need a full amount, and that maybe some amount smaller might enable them to move it forward without giving this much money, and maybe addressing the issue of both, whether they're ready or not. So I just kind of, that is what I'm hearing on this.
Can I speak?
Ms. Fascilotis, please.
At the Board of Education meeting this past week, the discussion focused on the ed specs. And the ed specs were clearly not approved. And in essence, the Board of Ed has decided that it needs much more discussion on this before proceeding with it. I do not think that deferring this in total is going to set back the program. I think that it is clear that the Board of Ed is not clear as to where it's going. The majority of the, if you listen to the Board of Ed meeting this past week, many felt it was oversized, that there was a lot more work to be done as far as coming to an agreement as to what they want done with this facility. So I would not support any reductions. I would not support any conditions. I believe that we should defer this until the Board of Ed decides what it wants to do with this facility.
Ms. Tarkington, your hand is up.
Yes, I would just like to also put this in perspective with a number of large projects that we're supporting the Board of Education to proceed with, including, the beginning of Old Greenwich, Cardinal Stadium, the entry to JHS, and of course, the large remediation project at Western. I think there needs to be a decision here, and it appears that this next step is premature.
Thank you. Ms. Moriarty, your hand's up.
Yes, I wanted to add that what we're asking for here is the allocation of the funds. They would be conditioned. If the Board of Ed between now and a year from July has time to work on these, sorry, I'm just looking, Mr. Mason, he probably had something for lunch that got stuck.
Don't forget, I'm scheduled for a little work on Thursday.
Oh, that's right. Sorry. Hope you're not in pain.
A little bit. A little bit.
So I think what the important thing here is to do is to keep the sequence of projects that the Board of Ed has identified they have in place. I think Julian Curtis has made significant progress. They've got some feasibilities. They have the architect. They have an ed spec to talk to. I think delaying it for a full year does not help the project move forward clearly. And they will be or should be ready to move forward a little bit more quickly, and having the appropriation will allow them to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I call Ms. Erickson, Mr. Geiger, is it hard to say what they have appropriated, committed, and open on that project?
Okay.
I'm sorry, Ms. Erickson. I just thought that this would be important. Well, while Roland's looking at it, I'll call on Ms. Erickson.
I just wanted to add that I think this is a nice solution. I think we all understand that the Board of Ed needs some more time to assess the ed specs and where to go next. But I think to defer it for a whole other year would be a very unfortunate outcome. There's been a lot of work put into this, as Mr. Mason knows full well. JC is a wonderful school, a very attractive magnet school. The common spaces are short of what they need, and the ADA compliance continues to be an issue. So I thought this was kind of a nifty solution, and I would like to vote for the condition.
I'm trying to figure out what that little box is. Oh, there it is. Roland must be switching documents. I wish I could read that.
So they have $27,000 left.
From how much?
I'm sorry, that's the roof.
Don't bring that up.
They have 160,000 of available balance, 52,000 encumbered.
Excuse me.
20162, Roland.
Okay, yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Ms. Krumik.
I had a raised hand, but I just, point of order, could you repeat the motion so it's clear what we're now going to vote on?
The motion before us is a motion to reduce the Julian Curtis A&E money by $2.6 million, which brings it from 2.6 down to 0. There is discussion about, depending on what happens with this motion, about another motion to appropriate and conditions subject to release. I think there might be a subject to release with any monies that are appropriated for this. So that's where we're at right now. And we've just found out that they've got X amount of dollars left.
Just to restate what I heard, we already passed the motion to remove the project. So this is a new
Right.
motion to put it back.
Right,
And
I'm sorry.
Okay.
So Ms. Krumik, the project is out. So
That's why I was confused. Thank you, Mr. Mason.
Again, Ms. Tarkington had her hand up.
No, I just wanted to make the statement that Ms. Moriarty said that we had already voted to remove it. So this motion would be to bring it back and to condition it.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Hess has her hand up.
Hi, thank you. What I don't understand, I guess what I don't understand is how did the architects provide, I guess, ed specs or design, what I'm not sure what it was and what form it was in, that was so not in line with what the board was expecting, so that the board voted unanimously to postpone it. And that's the part that gives me pause, because it just seems like a lot of time and money wasted going down a path for something that wasn't what the Board of Ed wanted or expected. And that is where I grapple with this project.
Let me just lower this hand.
My understanding from, if I recall the meeting that many of us were at, is that, first of all, there was mission creep basically with the consultants. The census of students did not match the scale of what they wanted to build. There was just a lack of clear understanding from the Board of Ed as to where they wanted to go with the ed specs. There was just a lot of discussion, and they basically tabled the discussion for future meetings. I don't think that they're ready to go with this project. I think that, this has kind of gotten away from them. And I think that they need to, this is, again, from what I saw at the meeting, that they need to regroup and figure out where they want to go with Julian Curtis.
Ms. Erickson's got her hand up.
Respectfully, I appreciate that summary, but I do think it is better if we have Board of Ed, elected officials and administrators speak on this item. And deferring the item with a condition, keeping the item in with a condition allows us that opportunity to continue the dialogue. And I think it puts the pause button on it, but it allows us to move forward if they come to some agreement on ed specs. So again, I am supportive of keeping the item in with a condition.
Ms. Moriarty, anything else?
No, I think we're ready to vote on the motion to restore.
I'll call it, Mr. Drake, call the vote.
So we're going to call this restoring the Julian Curtis with the condition. Is that what I should label it?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, let's start with Ms. Erickson's end of the table. Ms. Erickson,
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod,
Yes.
Mr. Deuce,
No.
Mr. Raymer,
Yes.
Ms. Vasiliotis.
No.
I'm a no. Mr. Mason,
I'll pass.
Ms. Tarkington,
No.
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes.
Ms. Krumik,
Yes.
Ms. Hess,
I'm struggling with this one. I'll vote no for now.
Ms. Cruiser.
Yes.
So at the moment, this item has 6 yes votes, and we circling back to Mr. Mason.
It is a 6-6 vote. I would say, I'm feeling everybody at the table. Unfortunately, I'm somewhat frustrated because as much as I see the work of the feasibility committee, and it's looking for a magnificent school for 320 kids, plus, there's a change in a plan now. The Board of Ed wants to put pre-K there, which didn't exist before. And I think one of the members of the Board of Ed even said, the other night had asked, when did that kind of change? I don't want to stop this project by any stretch of imagination, but I really think our past experience on some of these projects is that's what happens. They start out and they morph during the feasibility portion. They morph with all these options, and all of a sudden we're losing scope of what we're trying to do here. This is a building of 60,000 feet, and one of the models brings it over 80,000 feet. One of the models brings it into 70,000. I don't feel we're stopping it because I have a feeling we are going to be revisiting capital in general sooner than later if things really do rebound. So that vote. I have nothing else on this document. Roland, what is next? I think are we done with capital?
Mr. Chair, we are not. We have 3 more capital items, 1 for 2 and 2 new ones that didn't appear on your lists.
Okay, can we get those on the screen? Or can we hear what they are?
Roland, we're going to go to the Central Middle School fields.
I have to send it to him, Leslie. Hang on.
Oh, okay. Ms. Cruiser, you're making that motion, I believe? Or am I wrong about that?
I don't know if I'm making the motion or if Miriam is.
I think you are, Jeff.
Then I'll make the motion. I'll wait for a moment until the screen is ready, or it was somebody's good lunch.
I could turn that off.
That's it.
Okay, well, is somebody moving this? Who's moving this?
I am.
Mr. Raymer, do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Cruiser. Discussion, Mr. Raymer, please.
The history I think is familiar, but I'll just hit the highlights. I know there's also some members of the public listening in. The school board selected initially an option that had partial artificial turf. A bit later on, it was refined a bit to be known what we call as option 4. And that's a hybrid field, which has partly some engineered natural grass and partly some artificial turf. After it came to the which frankly was actually before the hybrid became the so-called option 4, the first selectman looked at it and changed the selection away from the artificial turf to become all natural turf. That's fine, but that then passed the decision of whether to have artificial turf or not to the BET, which is a finance board. And as I said at the time, the finance board is not the appropriate authority to make a policy decision on behalf of the town as to whether or not artificial turf is safe and good or whether it's not. Our chairman had commented aloud during the budget committee hearings, I thought very prudently, that there really ought to be a discussion between the two policymaking authorities in town, the first selectman and the Board of Education. I guess that conversation never took place. If it did take place, it certainly didn't result in any resolution. As now the thing comes back to the BET as if we're supposed to decide whether or not there's artificial turf. We certainly have heard a lot of dialogue from people talking about the dearth of fields in town and the important utility in terms of playing hours of artificial turf. We certainly have heard a lot of dialogue in town from people strenuously opposed to artificial turf, a number of grounds, but among those grounds are health considerations. It's my belief and my proposal in asking that this appropriation of $1.1 million, that's the sum that would achieve engineered natural grass, be increased by another $1.165 million to bring it to $2.265. That's the sum that would build the hybrid field to so-called option 4. And my belief is that since I can't resolve this problem of having the first selectman negotiate the issue and come to a resolution with the board, then let's have the community at large make its decision. And we oftentimes view the community at large as being expressed by the RTM. So I'm moving that the increase in dollars be entered and that the matter be presented to the RTM and let the RTM make this policy decision on behalf of the community as to whether it does or does not want to have a field that's partially artificial turf, affording some extra playing time, but on the other hand, implicating the health issues that were raised by many of our speakers.
Thank you, Mr. Raymer. Ms. Cruiser has her hand up.
Yes, I just wanted to add to Mr. Raymer's comments. And personally, when the public hearing with the first selectman happened and the only options before Mr. Camillo were available, I actually was one of the first to go and high five him for his leadership on option 1. Option 1 versus option 2, which was all grass or all turf, it was clear. Option 1 was the winner. Since then, there's been a compromise, and it's a good compromise. And I think we need to be very careful as a decision-making board what we say about artificial turf and our beliefs on it based on our vote, because there may be areas of our town that have no choice at this age group to have artificial turf. So I think we need to be very careful there. I also want to raise that we've also talked about how certain fields at the high school are going to be offline due to remediation and replacement. So we are going to have a whole set of athletes as well that are going to have fields that they won't be able to have access to. And we already know from prior discussions we've had earlier today that the portfolio is poor right now in terms of availability and what we have to offer these athletes. So like I said, compromise is not frequent, particularly in municipal government. I think we need to move forward with this and think about the children at Central Middle School who don't have access to fields for PE, and that helps the drainage. And then as just another add to our portfolio, which is desperately in need in terms of our town fields.
I don't see any other hands up. I don't see any other hands up. Let me share a little bit of this is a very important motion. I wish we had 20 fields at Central. I wish we could get them all serviced. We've had this discussion today about the shortage of fields in town. I quote Mr. Raymer at one of the budget committee days and shaking his head saying, you know, we're in the middle of something here and what are we going to do? Here's the problem. For those of us who have been on the BET, we've had no less than 50 submissions to us of formal documents about putting a certain age child on synthetic field, whatever the generation of the synthetic field is. And it's pretty difficult to argue with. We've had a new first selectman come in and said, look, I can't go against those recommendations from those professionals. I don't have anything to offset that, any technical data to say that's not true. The Board of Ed had requested, we've seen their schedule. We know they need about 75 hours a week of field time for their scheduled PE classes and for their intramural sports. And we know that the requests are probably endless. The field request is enormous between the other organized recreational groups in the town. Here's the challenge I have. I think Mr. Raymer is trying to give this to the RTM to make a decision, and I can appreciate that somewhat. I don't know how. And all the logic about when the high school's closed, I support that. But we've got a conversation that needs to take place between the town side and the school side. The town should have a pretty straight policy. I'm concerned. What are we going to do when we do remediate Western? What are we going to do there? If there's a big change for the town on expenses in that remediation project, synthetic versus natural, what's the dialogue going to be there? And people will say different solution, different problem. Maybe that may be the case. I'm going to have a hard time, as much as I know we need fields, making this decision, because if we ask the Board of Education, say, is this synthetic field, can it be discretionary? And the answer comes back, no, it's not discretionary. We need that field every day, every time it rains. The other field, okay, that just, I don't have an answer for that. So we've seen a meeting, one of the Board of Ed meetings at Western. We see people screaming and yelling at each other over this, and it's, you know, we're all trying to make the town better to do the right thing. So I can't support this, and this is a very, very difficult situation. Mr. Weisbrod.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So to me, this is an issue of governance. And so what you had is the Board of Ed is an elected body, and there are Republicans, there are Democrats, it's bipartisan. After extensive debate, the majority of the Board of Ed voted for what's cited here as option 4. That's their judgment, that's their purview, that's their domain. This is the Finance Board. So our view, is not, we shouldn't be debating, in my view, so much the merits of one type of turf versus another type of turf. That debate occurred among elected officials and the public at the Board of Ed. So for us, it's a question of the financial aspect of this. I'm going to support this amendment because it effectively supports the decision made by the Board of Ed. In the event that this amendment fails, I will propose a separate amendment, which would be to eliminate the entire $1.1 million, because that becomes then a financial decision. And, I would also add that, and I'm sure this was discussed at the Board of Ed, we really can't have an inconsistent view on this. If the town wants to go toward natural turf, natural grass only, then it seems to me we should consider that across all parts of the town, Western, middle school, and high school, and so on, where we already have artificial turf. But it's a little bit uneven for me to have one policy in one part of town and another policy in another part of town. But that's not the main point. I think I've expressed the main point. So that's where I stand. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Douche, you have anything?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to address Mr. Weisbrod's comments. I was at the Board of Ed meeting months ago when they disapproved or approved going to option 4. There was at no time that meeting was there any discussion of costs, whether upfront costs, maintenance costs, or costs over the lifetime. This will be a more expensive, option 4 will be more expensive to maintain every year versus option 1. It will also be more expensive over the lifetime. And as Mr. Weisbrod mentioned, we are the finance board. And if these two options have no health consequences, solely from an economic perspective, option 1 is much preferable than option 4. Oh, thank you.
Ms. Cruiser has her hand up. I see a bunch of hands going up, but I'm sorry, Mr. Raymer's hand was next.
I'm not sure if I was next, but it's a very short point. All due respects to my my colleague, Mr. Dewis, I've actually heard, although I have no personal expertise, I've heard that if you look past just the first year and look at the ongoing cost of maintenance, the natural grass produces this expense year after year after year in which you have to sort of maintain the engineering that you have, whereas the artificial field does not. And then when you come to the end of the process, when you have to dispose of the artificial field, then you get a bump up then again at the end. But it's a little more complicated arithmetic than or so I understood, than you're suggesting, Mr. Dewis. I'm not sure that there is the price advantage to the natural turf, or if there is, that it's as great as you're suggesting.
Ms. Cruiser?
I was just going to add, in addition to Mr. Raymer's comments, that if you then divide whatever those costs are by the playable hours, which is what we need in this town, I don't think those costs compare. So this, I'm not sure of what metrics we're using, but if we're looking for hours for our kids to play sports, then option 4 is the winner.
Mr. Deuce?
Yes, to go back to the economics, I've never heard in an economic discussion any of the BOE meetings about artificial versus natural turf. There's also the cost not just of there's also the cost of replacing the turf every 10 years, right? 8 to 10 years. And I have a question. I don't know the answer. Is this perhaps because the BOE is not responsible for the maintenance? Is it because the Parks and Rec is responsible for maintenance? Again, that's a question. I don't know the answer. Thank you.
Mr. Drake's hand is next.
This one is really hard. I'm a person who likes to spend money, and the artificial turf, as Ms. Cruiser just said, puts more athletes on the field for fewer dollars than the alternative. And this is a situation where the Board of Ed wants one thing, Mr. Camillo wanted another thing, but didn't get the option to choose it. And I think if he had his druthers, he'd probably choose option 4. Mr. Weisbrod's point makes very good sense too, and it's a bad time to be spending a lot of money. And so there's logic to his idea of taking both off the table and have a rethink by everybody. So I'm honestly lost here, everybody. Is a rethink, a calm down, step back, rethink by all the parties the right answer? Help me.
I see no other hands up. Mr. Weisbrod raised his hand.
I'm going to try to help Mr. Drake. I'm going to help you by urging you to vote for Ms. Cruiser's amendment. I couldn't resist.
Can I also state that there was a petition signed by many individuals. I think there were thousands of individuals that urged the first selectman and the BET to remain with natural turf versus the synthetic turf. So to say that there was no input from the public has spoken loud and clear. At the subsequent meeting where option 4 was discussed, it was discussed without having individuals supporting natural turf there because I don't know if they knew it was on the agenda. I think that there's a clear desire from the community that natural turf is the way to go, especially for the middle schools. I mean, it could be different for and it will be different in Western only because of the remediation issues that are occurring. Otherwise, I would not be in support of artificial turf at Western. So to say that there's different ideas for different communities, I don't think is fair either. I think that there are situations that warrant one over the other because of other reasons and other pressures. But I will not be supporting this motion. I will be supporting at least initially to keep it at the 1.1, knowing that we need fields, and this would at least be a partial solution. Although I am intrigued with reducing it to 0, so I haven't ruled that out totally.
Mr. Krumik?
Yes, this has really been a tough one for me, and I really can see both sides of the argument. I will say that my feeling is this is a middle school. The fields probably ought to be kept as natural grass. But I also throw out to you, I know that one of the many parents that and residents in the community that reached out to us on this issue, one suggested that we as a town look across the street to Pomerantz where there is a large meadow, and that we look for alternatives for other spaces for fields. And I just throw that out because I think we need to be thinking outside of the box. If we in the long run feel that from a safety standpoint, there should not be artificial turf if we can do it at either the elementary or the middle school fields, then we need to look at other areas in our community where we might be able in the future to develop premier fields that would meet the needs of all the many athletes. So I think at this juncture, I'm going to stick with natural grass for Central Middle School. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Krumik. I see no hands. Mr. Drake, on the motion, would you call the roll?
Okay, I'm going to start at Ms. Cruiser's end of the table. This is her motion to add capital to the Central Middle School fields. Ms. Cruiser?
To be clear, it was Mr. Ramers, I seconded, but it's still a yes.
Ms. Hess?
No.
Ms. Krumik?
No.
Ms. Moriarty?
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington? Ms. Tarkington?
No.
Mr. Mason?
No.
I'm a no. Ms. Fasliotis?
Fasliotis, no.
Mr. Raymer?
Yes.
Mr. Deuce?
No.
Mr. Weisbrod?
Yes.
Ms. Erickson?
No, and I have another amendment, which I'm going to send now.
So that item fails 4-8.
Okay, next item.
Do you want to take the further amendment that various people were referring to?
I will take any motion that comes.
I think Mr. Weisbrod, you wanted to make a motion to delete the entire amount. Is that correct?
No, Ms. Erickson is going to make that motion, I believe.
Mike, Mr. Mason? I don't know if this is a point of order question. Are these, I don't recall getting these motions in advance of this meeting. Is there something that was sent out that we just didn't get copies of? And
I'm not aware of these motions.
So these were topics we discussed at the workshop. We did not finalize the wording till yesterday, and they're being sent to Roland for use at this meeting.
well, through the chair, but we did get some like right at 9 a.m. It would have been nice to actually have received these.
They weren't all together. We're doing what we can.
Okay, the motion before us.
May I
who's
just
moving
ask
this?
how many more there are of these? Just, I want to just from a expectation management.
On capital, there are two more. One is on a special education study, and the other one is to restore the Board of Ed HVAC reduction that was in the agreed upon motion, which we had, I think, the wrong information on. We want it reconsidered. And then we'd be done with capital.
Okay, the motion before us, who's moving this?
Laura, just,
Ms.
you don't need the
Ms.
document.
Erickson.
Oh, there it is.
Seconded by,
Mr. Raymer.
Oh, okay.
seconded by Mr. Raymer. Discussion, Ms. Erickson.
So, and Deborah, I take your point on sharing motions. We have been working hard and I've been trying to collate. So this particular motion, I, for obvious reasons, didn't want to share until Mr. Raymer's previous motion was dispensed with. But in keeping with some of the conversations related to the previous amendment, I think this is a good time to take a pause. I think there are a couple of information points that we need. We have a field master plan that we just kept in the budget, so we should be getting some information from that, which will help us understand the need for our increased playing fields. And I also think that we're a finance board, and we really should not be in the middle of debating the merits between artificial turf or natural grass. I'm sure we all have opinions on the matter, but it's really not our purview. And I would suggest that we need to take more time for the Board of Education and the town of Greenwich to come together and try and come to a mutually agreeable policy. So this motion essentially defers this item. I'm also uncomfortable. We've removed a number of capital projects relating to educational facilities. We just removed Julian Curtis from the capital budget, and to proceed with the Fields project, although it's desperately needed, I do acknowledge that. And this time when we're making all these adjustments because of the pandemic, we already are moving forward on the Cardinal Stadium, which is a priority project of the Board of Ed. I just suggest it's better that we take this out for now. Thank you.
Okay, discussion, a question. I did not understand the explanation. You're talking about a reduction in projects, and you said education, and you're taking this field out with this motion. Am I understanding that?
I am uncomfortable that we're removing educational facilities projects, but right now we're keeping 1.1 in. So I would be more comfortable removing the 1.1 for the field. That was the connection I was trying to make. Maybe not very eloquently because I need a cup of coffee.
I second that motion.
Mr. Raymer, followed by Ms. Cruiser.
I very reluctantly disagree with Laura. Seldom disagree with her, but in this instance, I feel on the contrary. So the 1.1 is the funding for the natural grass, which was not the school board's first choice. If we leave that item in the budget, it passes it back to the school board. If they, as they ponder it, relent and decide, okay, tell you what, it would be better for the kids that we go ahead and do natural grass. They don't have to wait for next year to do it. They've got the funding for it now. Conversely, if they feel strongly that the natural grass is the wrong decision, they can choose not to do this project, not to expend it, but to spend the intervening time in dialogue with the first selectman and other appropriate authorities to reach a conclusion. So I think it's a negative to take this item out. Leaving it in at least creates the possibility of an earlier resolution for the kids. And after all, the kids are what it's all about. Why would I condemn them to yet another year of delay in this if the view of the school board would be, okay, let's go ahead and do the natural grass?
Ms. Cruiser?
Reluctantly, after that last vote did not pass, I am tending to agree with my colleague Ms. Erickson, only in that I think we sort of know what the likelihood of the Board of Ed action is. I mean, they voted 6-1-1 for option 4. If we vote option 1, what are they going to do with less money than they voted for? Maybe they will do nothing. And I think, again, to be able to look at this perhaps in a new light in the next budget might be the cleanest way to deal with this project.
That's the last hand I see up. Mr. Drake, would you call a vote on this item? So voting in favor of this motion takes the money out for the field. Voting no for this motion leaves it in. Are we clear?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
And I was going to make one, can I make one last comment?
Please do. Please do.
My view is we should use our money in the most efficient way to put the kids out on the field breathing fresh air and kicking soccer balls. Best value for the money. And I think artificial turf gives us more playable time for the money. And secondly, sometimes we think that the Board of Ed is not decisive, and some days we're not. But here they're clearly decisive. 611 is a clear vote to accomplish option 4. And we ought to leave them in their lane and properly respect our lane. I think that's consistent with what Ms. Erickson and Ms. Cruiser said. So I'm going to be voting for this in the hope that the Board of Ed comes back to us just as soon as they wish in a practical way for us to fund option 4, build those 2 fields, put those young people back outdoors having fun.
Okay, can you call the vote, please?
Sure. I'm going to start with Ms. Cruiser. This is a vote to eliminate the $1,000,001 item. Ms. Cruiser,
Yes.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Ms. Crumick,
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington. Ms. Tarkington? We'll come back to Ms. Tarkington. Mr. Mason?
No.
I'm a yes. Ms. Vasiliotis?
No.
Mr. Raymer?
No.
Mr. Deuce?
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod?
Yes.
Ms. Erickson?
Yes.
And I'm coming back to Ms. Tarkington. This vote is so far 8-3 to Ms. Tarkington.
Yes.
The vote is 9-3 to eliminate the $1,000,001 item.
Okay, next motion, please.
I believe it's schools. Oh, there it is. No, I'm sorry. Roland, do you have it? It's the special ed consulting.
Hang on, sorry.
It's okay.
Why don't you start, Mr. Mason, if it's okay, he can start explaining it while the text will go up on the screen.
Who's making the motion?
Yeah, who's making the motion? I need
Mr. Raymer is.
Mr. Raymer. Mr. Raymer, we're about to consider your invisible motion. Please begin.
Second? Second?
Usually my motions get accused of being opaque, not invisible, but that's okay.
Who is seconding you? Kramer?
I'll second it.
Thank
Beth.
you.
I want to see it. All I want to do, I just want to see it.
It's an item that was discussed at the budget committee. At the time, Ms. Hess, by the way, you said you'd support this motion. I'm hoping that you'll do so today as well. We've heard a great deal about concerns about the delivery of special ed. We heard from the superintendent that she had identified some funds, but not enough funds. She was indicating that it would take about $100,000 to do the data collection, the careful scrutiny and study, the bringing of a consultant, and to reach best practices on special education to be sure that we're doing the job right. We certainly heard a lot of criticism from the special ed families that they felt strongly that we were not doing this well, including the data points that we don't do very well defending our dispositions in court either. So with that in mind, it seems sound to me, and I had raised it at the budget committee as well. Let's take the needed $100,000. Let's dedicate it in a capital item. Among the unfortunate observations that were being made by some of the parents was that special ed money is being siphoned off and used for other purposes, et cetera. If we have a discrete sum which is a capital appropriation. It can only be used for the one purpose that we set it up for. So let's do it as a capital appropriation. I know it doesn't smell like capital, but a capital appropriation to do this special ed study, consulting, analysis, and development of best practices. Having it be a discrete item like here will make a very clear demonstration to the families involved. You bet we're hearing you. We're putting up the money here. It also says to them, and the money cannot be siphoned off and used for something else. It can be used for this and only this. So rest comfortably that this piece of work is going to be done. And so with that in mind, and with the observations that were being made to us by those people, indeed, there were quite a few of them, let's support this capital appropriation of $100,000 for the purpose of doing a special ed consulting and development of best practices.
If I may, before I call on speakers, who is seconding on this? I see motion by Mr. Raymer. Okay. So before I call on the speakers, I just want to, this morning there's some concerns about some of the actions we've taken affecting certain things, and I this morning I didn't want to interject that we have a few ways to address other things that we know are difficult challenges. I can call on the speakers, or should I put the vote as 12-0? Mr. Deuce.
Mr. Chair, if I can ask Mr. Raymer a question.
Please do.
Well, actually, two questions. How would this work, having it be a responsibility of both the Board of Education and the town to execute the study? Would they somehow work together? Would this be more in the hands of the BOE, or mechanically, how would that work?
No, I mean, you may be thinking of things that I hadn't thought of, Andy, candidly. It was not my plan that this is a joint process. Okay. Just the same as in, I don't know, a construction process in which we make funds available and schools undertakes responsibility to execute the construction. This is a fund available for them to hire the consultant to do the work and to present their bills for payment against this capital item.
Okay, I understand. I only have one issue or potential issue, and this does not seem like a capital expenditure.
No, it doesn't.
Operating. And this
so sheepishly, I confess that. This is not the kind of thing that you'd think of as being capital. You might say the same thing about organic turf. You might say the same thing about a lot of the features in digital learning. So, it's not as if there's not other examples when we've handled things as a capital item. We did some Bloom Shapiro consulting to assist the Board of Education in better handling of its capital projects. That's consulting fees handled as a capital item. But you're right, this doesn't smell much like capital. It surely is not going to be bonded, for example. I mostly wanted to do this for the clarity to the affected families of, look at this, we really are putting forward hard dollars for this. And then secondly, answering this question that, and these funds will not be redirected to something else. They're going to be used for this.
I very much share and appreciate the motivations here. Thank you.
Ms. Hess, followed by Ms. Moriarty.
So you're right, Jeff. I did actually support this in the budget committee, and I will support it, but I want to make a couple of comments. I agree that capital maybe it doesn't make total sense, but I think the advantage of that is we know that the money will only be spent on this study as opposed to potentially getting moved around within the Board of Ed system. So I think that's helpful. My big, we've talked a lot about as part of funding this in capital, thinking about how we could be privy to some of the results that come out so we really understand. And in particular, I just think we need a little bit more financial clarity around the numbers. I don't feel like I completely understand them. I've asked questions. So I do support this. I think it's important. And there's been a lot of talk about it. And while maybe it doesn't make perfect sense to be in capital, because I actually wanted to do that, I've sort of talked out of it. I will support your motion on this.
Thank you.
Ms. Moriarty, followed by Ms. Tarkington.
Yes, I would like to add, this is an important initiative for the Board of Education. They've been talking about this study for a while. I think they would have done it in this fiscal year if they had any funding, which they didn't. So it's in their next year's budget. If you noticed in the response we got from Dr. Jones on how she would try to accommodate a cut in her budget, unfortunately, this study and the expense of this study was one of the items that she feels like she would be forced to look to. Given the action taken this morning to take $3 million out of the Board of Ed budget on top of the $1.5 million they don't have funded for the special ed out of district tuition, I think it's imperative that we support this study and putting it in capital. If that's an acceptable way for my colleagues to do that, I hope we all support this motion.
Ms. Crumick.
Ms. Tarpon?
Ms. Crumick had the next hand up.
Okay. When we talk about the town being a participant in this study, may I make a proposal that it be the law department, because they are working constantly with the Board of Education and the staff to address the needs of the special education students. So I think they'd be in a good position to work on this. I just wanted to make that suggestion.
Okay. Let me just slow it hand. I don't see any more hands. Well,
So
from an operation,
I had my hand up before. You said me, and yet I haven't been called yet.
Ms. Tarkington.
So I wanted to add here, I want to sort of work off of what Leslie had to say. I do think that we have talked about the special education study and then what Deborah said, where it should be done. So having it in capital, I really, through you, Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask a couple of questions. Dr. Jones did put in her letter Saturday evening the cost of a special education study of $60,000. So my first question is, if her letter Saturday evening said $60,000, why is the number that the BET is putting in here $100,000? And my second question is, she also made a statement here, rationale, that they would possibly look for a grant or donors to fund the study. So I was wondering if there's a possibility of conditioning this capital item to make it subject to the receipt of donor funds or a grant to fund it. So those are my two questions I'd like to ask for you, Mr. Chairman.
I don't have the answers to that, and I will tell you the way this will work procedurally. As per the charter, the controller will open up a separate account for this item for the amount, which can be drawn down by any participant who is working on this study for special ed. So primarily, I would see Board of Ed drawing down on this. I think Ms. Crumick may be on point, and maybe the legal department may need some drawdown on this for their segment of it. I think Mr. Raymer's motion is specifically addressing something that is obviously something we've all talked about and we all support, and I call it that. I don't have the answers to that. Why is it 60,000 instead of 100? You need to ask the proponent of the motion of that. We don't have a bid on this. We don't have a clue. We have an estimate of 60,000. I think Mr. Raymer's just being extremely cautious and rounding it off to 100, or whoever the proponent of the motion is. I forgot. I think it was Mr. Raymer.
But my second question is, would my colleagues consider having a condition on here that it be funded from these grants or donor funds, as the superintendent has really suggested in her letter Saturday evening?
As soon as we address this item, I'll entertain a motion from you if you'd like to put a condition on it. Mr. Raymer.
So the source of the 60,000, if you recall, before the budget committee, so ably led by my colleague, Mrs. Darkington, in the dialogue with the superintendent, we were discussing this, and she said that after a lot of effort, thought she could see from her original budget that she could isolate up to, but not more than about $60,000, but didn't think that would be enough. She thought it would be more like about $100,000. Later, in a separate conversation with Peter Bernstein, the chair of the Board of Ed, he said that their best information is that it would cost about $100,000. I proposed this at $100,000 because that was the figure quoted to us by both the superintendent and the chair of the Board of Ed. It's the figure mentioned by the superintendent of $60,000 is the evaporation of the $60,000 that she thought she would have been able to put against this from the original budget, which is no longer her budget. On the question of the 3 Ps or whatever I'm supposed to call this, I would not, first of all, want our board's responsiveness to all of what we've heard from the special ed parents and others to be made conditional upon us finding somebody else to pay part of our bill. That doesn't make me comfortable at all. On the contrary, I want to be showing the community that we put our money where our mouth is. We've heard about this problem, we understand the problem, and we're putting up the funds to solve the problem and not make it conditional on our finding some gift givers to pay a part of this. We don't have any gift givers. If Mrs. Tarkington knows of any gift givers, I'd gladly see them brought forward, but so far none has been identified.
Thank you, Mr. Raymer. Mike had to step away for a minute. Leslie Moriarty, followed by David Weisbrod.
Yeah, I just want to say to my other members on the BET, if we handcuff the superintendent anymore and trying to get this job done or the Board of Ed job, we're not going to get the results in as timely a manner or as effectively as we need. I think that she asked for the appropriation in the budget committee. She gave us the estimate for what they thought the study would be. Part of it is that they were constrained by our 2% budget growth. And so I think the dollar amount is somewhat iterative. I think Mr. Raymer is correct. We heard that they're not sure where the bids would come in. I think we are all, it sounds like, committed to a good, thorough study and want to make sure there's enough resources to get that job done. So let's support this motion, but not condition the money.
Mr. Weisbrod.
I think that's just where I was going to come. Let's have a simple up and down vote on this and support, at least in this one measure, our Board of Education. Thank you.
Mr. Drake, I'm going to forgive Mr. Weisbrod. He keeps having his slips with his sarcastic remarks.
No, they were not sarcastic. That was not sarcastic. And I take offense at that. Don't bully me on this meeting. I will not tolerate that. Not sarcastic. So please, I would appreciate a retraction and an apology. There was no sarcasm.
No, you won't get it.
I would like to support Ms. Tarkington's idea of a condition. If it comes to that, I will support it. I think we should all support it. And particularly, it sounds like you all are saying that Ms. Jones, the superintendent, thought she could provide donors to cover this amount. So let's follow her lead. That's what I would support. I think you should all support it.
Ms. Hess.
Listen, the 100,000 is consistent with both what Tony Jones and Peter Bernstein discussed, as described by Mr. Raymer. I think we need to get started on this. I'm comfortable. I actually was going to. I think I had a motion to do it for 80,000 in capital in the budget committee. So going to 100 and giving them a little bit of extra cushion on this, given the importance, I'm comfortable with moving forward with $100,000 without a condition.
I see no more hands up, Mr. Drake.
I just quickly, I'm sorry. I support David's request for an up and down vote and ask that we take the vote.
Okay, we're going to call this.
Hang on, Ms. Cruiser.
Oh, sorry, I was just going to say here, Ms. Hess.
Let me just lower this hand. Just for the record, when the item came up after Mr. Raymer was done, I did call for the vote at that point in time, knowing what I thought the vote would be. Mr. Drake, would you roll call vote, please?
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Krummick.
Can you restate what we're voting on right now? Is it with or without the condition?
No condition.
There is no condition.
Okay.
That would, Mr. Raymer didn't propose it with a condition. Therefore, we have to dispense with the motion up or down. And then if you want, we can entertain another motion for the condition if you'd like. Mr. Drake.
I'm going to start with Ms. Erickson, please.
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod,
Yes.
Mr. Deuce,
Yes.
Mr. Raymer,
Yes.
Ms. Basiliotis.
Basiliotis, yes.
I'm a no. Mr. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington,
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes.
Ms. Crumick,
yes,
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Ms. Cruiser.
Yes.
That item passes 11-1.
Do we have more motions in capital?
There is one additional motion, and this just is to respond to, so the motion is, it's on our agreed upon capital projects. There was a line item in there for a school's HVAC project to be reduced by $250,000. That's the motion. Somebody want a second?
Seconded.
Okay, we have a motion to, okay, motion seconded, discussion. Ms. Moriarty.
Yes, I'm proposing and making the motion to restore that 250,000. I believe the reduction to the HVAC account was made for the flexible connectors in the high school project that we had funded through an interim. When we went further into the project list, it was clarified that that really was a modification to the plumbing and electrical capital budget for the schools. We approved the reduction in that line item, so I'm asking now to restore the 250 to the HVAC account.
Is this that other item that Roland went back to check for us?
Yes.
They thought it was they thought this item represented the 250,000 related to the connectors.
In the summary sheets on, I'm sorry, may I speak?
Please.
In the summary sheets on capital, I think that as they were generated by Roland, it shows a recommended budget, and then there's an empty column for change, and then to the right, there's the proposed budget, and he would change the dollar figures as we went along. If you take a look at the HVAC item in that middle column, it already has pre-entered in it $250,000. And we understood, maybe we misunderstood, or maybe Roland misunderstood, that $250,000 was because of the interim appropriation. And maybe it was been put next to a wrong line item. Do you have the sheets where Roland had run out a master list of the capital items?
Is that the voting tally sheets?
Yes. Capital voting summary.
I mean, it's possible Roland can answer this question without putting the sheet up.
And the only entry in the middle column before we started the voting was that $250,000 item on HVAC. We came into the process with one change already in place. And so we, I suppose, misunderstood that that's where that interim appropriation has been credited or debited, I guess.
May I, Mr. Chairman, may I speak, please?
Please, you have your hand up. Yep.
So this was not intended to be the 250 connector. I would just add, so maybe there was a misunderstanding, and I understand that. But the Office of First Selectman also had this line item reduced, and in their column, their recommendation had been 500,000, so which was greater than the amount that we actually had put in our motion.
But the voting summary sheets of Roland doesn't have any Republican or Democratic or First Selectman positions. It only has the recommended budget, then an empty column top to bottom for changes as we vote them. And then out to the right are the same figures that are on the left, but they would be changed as the voting took place. And one item, only one item has an entry in that middle column, and that's the HVAC, the 250. And, again, we can vote as a body what figure we want this to be. And if we're unsuccessful, I accept that with grace. I just don't want the voting to take place under a misapprehension. And when this item passed into the record as being one of the agreed items with the 250th place, it's because we thought it was an interim appropriation from the current year.
And that's fine, Jeff, so this motion is definitely appropriate because obviously your caucus believed that it was for the GHS Performing Arts Center when it was not. The motion that the Republicans made was consistent with the Office of the First Selectman, but we decided that it should be reduced less rather than more. So we certainly can, discuss the merits of it, and we certainly can discuss, whether or not we want to keep the reduction in, or whether we want to restore it.
Works for me.
Okay, well, we're starting to get some understanding of this. I have no other hands up. Mr. Drake.
So we're gonna call this the HVAC $250,000 restoration. Is that right?
Sure.
And we're gonna start with Ms. Cruiser.
Yes.
Ms. Hess.
No.
Ms. Kremick.
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty.
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington.
No.
Mr. Mason.
I'll pass.
I'm a no. Ms. Vasiliotis.
Vasiliotis, no.
Mr. Raymer.
Yes.
Mr. Deuce.
No.
Mr. Weisbrod.
David.
I'm a yes. Sorry, I was muted.
Ms. Erickson.
Yes.
So that was 6 yeses, and I'm coming back to Mr. Mason.
Yes, I'm trying to find a document. I'm no on this. I'm looking for a document, but I'm a no.
Okay, 6-6, that item did not pass.
Okay. Do we have any more on capital?
No, but I have a comment. Can I make a comment?
Yeah, I have something on capital.
My comment is we're walking up to hour 7. So I would propose to the friends, I know we're all brilliant. Let's be brilliant in brief.
Okay.
Before you speak, I know that we had the item that you wanted to on the next tab over on our original document, Mike, with all of the proposed reductions. So if you want to go back to the original Excel spreadsheet, I think that Deborah's next motion is on the next tab.
Yeah, I'm not looking at the file. I can't, but anyway, I'm not.
Roland,
So.
can you put that up?
Yes, that's the one.
Yeah. Yes. This one. Well, should I use the exact amount?
Okay, we have a motion in front of us, moved by Ms.
I'm making a motion.
Erickson, I believe.
Yeah, I'm gonna move it, and Laura's gonna second. Laura?
Yes. Do you want the
Okay.
exact amount?
We
Yeah, I
have,
was gonna put the exact amount if we could. It's 556.51. So this isn't, the motion is not a change to the budget. It's what we wanted to do was just to have a separate CIP sheet of the Board of Ed, cyber related versus the town. So all we're doing is moving it out of the town line and creating a new line for the IT. And again, the amount is $556,581.
I see no hands, unless I
No.
see Ms. Tarkington.
Yeah, could Deborah please explain that just once again, so I make sure I understand what's happening?
There
This
was,
is-
we approved the cyber budget in the budget committee.
Right.
It was intended to actually have that 1.3 million be separated into 2 line items, one for the town and the and departments, and a separate line item for the Board of Ed. So it's literally just a reporting 2 lines versus 1. The dollar amount does not change.
Thank you.
Yes, it's a net neutral cost.
Okay. Ms. Moriarty, your hand is up.
If Deborah could just repeat the dollar amount, and we're just to confirm, this is a capital budget.
Capital budget item, correct. And we can show them on the other page, Roland, if you have it handy, where it is in the IT line item. Dollar amount is $556,508.
Wait, sorry, your voice kind of, the
Five.
number interrupted.
Five,
when you were speaking.
yeah.
556,
81.
Just one thing, in the capital, everything is usually just rounded as near as 1,000. That's why I put in the 557.
Okay. I mean, we have a CIP sheet that has the exact amount.
Okay, so, and the cyber staying as capital, it's not moving into operating. I understand it. Okay, further discussion? Is this item 12-0? Hearing nothing? This item is moved and carried. Are we done with capital?
yes.
Okay. Next item, means of financing.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
can I ask through you if Mr. Geiger, what has the final capital budget as we acted? It may be too soon for him to have hit some spreadsheet.
I was going to give him some time to do that.
Okay, all right, I'll wait.
If I can, before we have a chart in front of us, means of financing is property tax, other revenues, borrowings, and use of fund balance.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Ms. Tarkington.
sorry, I meant to raise my hand. I was wondering if I could have a 1-minute break here. I need to get a charger because I see that I'm like down to nothing.
Okay.
Could I just break away for like 1 minute? I just want to
Sure,
alert you.
until we get the chart, we're not doing anything anyway. I was just giving an over.
Okay, I'll be right back.
So, under means of financing, we may need a mill rate calculation sheet, but in this document, we will be having discussions, I believe, on everything from taxes to use of general fund balance, et cetera. So this is a little bit of a non-specific item like a capital project.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Raymer.
while we have a minute here, at the very beginning, in a slightly rancorous tone, which is regrettable, and for my part, I express apology. There was a dialogue between us regarding $3 million of differential in the calculation. And I'd like to take this moment just to put forward what the source of that was, to remind the chair that it was a conversation that took place at the time of the workshop last Thursday. The scenario put forward in the mill rate calculation of the presentation that you made showed a calculation of the grand list times a mill rate of 11.604 that produced, as you see on your sheet, generated income of 387,599 even. And what was pointed out to you, I don't know if it was me or somebody else, what was pointed out to you that if you took a correct grand list of a little bit more, I could cite the figure to you if you wanted it, times the mill rate of the year that we're in right now, which is 11.682, it generates 590, 628, 528, which is exactly 3,029,528 more than the figure you had generated at your grand list times your mill rate. And so what I was suggesting to you is that with a 0% increase or decrease in mill rate times the correct grand list, you have on the table $3,030,000 more than you thought you had when you did your arithmetic in your presentation last Thursday. That's the $3 million.
Thank you. And as I said to you this morning, I realized at that meeting that I had a grand list different number, and I didn't do anything with it. I figured we're going to get to it here.
Yeah, no big deal. And I didn't mean to step on your toes, but I didn't want you to think that I was giving you bogus figures either. I wanted you to know what the source of it was, and that I did in fact raise it with you, or somebody raised it with you, I don't know if it was me, last Thursday.
I understand. And let me just say, without the workshop, imagine figuring that out today.
Oh yeah, no, it was a good idea. I concede that to you.
And we're all being, we're all feeling pressure because the purpose of a workshop, if we can't have transparent government, share ideas, whether people agree or not, we're really going nowhere. We really need, that's what that was for.
In an odd sort of a way, the coronavirus, together with Zoom, together with lousy weather, has had the result that we have a lot more citizens watching in a transparent way what we're doing than we did in the way that business was ordinarily done when we didn't have coronavirus, didn't have Zoom, and didn't have the terrible weather.
Miss Moriarty made a comment earlier that was perfect. I mean, we've had more, like you're saying, we've had more engagement, but with more engagement, we need more ability to get the big picture, the ideas out there, so the people can understand that. I often think of the BET in the 50s and 60s with no emails and no Facebook and social media, and you know what they're doing. I can't imagine. I mean, things must have been done and people didn't find out about them until they had an impact. And in our area, it's instantaneous. I mean, we made a change. Look what we just did with cyber. Look what we just did with the outside study. I mean, we never had intentions of get away from these initiatives. These are very important. It's just the way it comes at us. It's a little different. We're gonna get through this. This is very, very difficult, and the sharing documents and sharing ideas becomes difficult. And but we're gonna try to get through this, and then after that, try to figure how we explain all the thoughts that were behind that. Is Ms. Tarkington back?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, we are on means of financing. So, Mr. Geiger, do you have motions?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Ms. Moriarty.
Can I ask, this chart, this mill rate chart includes the proposed changes as proposed by the Republican caucus, both in items that we've already dispensed with, like operating costs and capital, though we can revisit those, and I hope we do, as well as funding. I have a chart which should replicate these numbers, which also includes the column for the Democratic caucus's proposal, which
I have no problem using that document whatsoever. This is an out-of-date document. This was the reference we had for the thought process. But as much as ours would need change, yours would need change for our actions so far, and we're going to continue on with means of financing.
I did make the change, like in the chart that I did send to Roland a couple of hours ago, did include the up-to-date motions at that point in time. So it's not the capital, but it is the operating.
Right.
And
so I'm going to ask Mr. Geiger, what document would you like to work off of for the discussions here?
We can use Leslie's.
Okay, well, if you have it, if you could put it up there. So everybody understands everything you're about to see on this document is not, it's not completed. It's just.
So what this chart does do, the only difference between this presentation and the one you were just looking at is for the operating costs, I broke it down into the three pieces: the town budget, the school's budget, and the fixed charges.
And just to double check, it foots with Roland's, does it?
It does. I can do the line by line comparison, but these two columns definitely do. This column, this particular number for the town, I added in the $2,000 change we made for tag. That's in there. And the rest of it reflects the motions that were made.
This is all fine. We're happy to use Leslie's as long as if there does arise any differences, the differences will be as per Roland. But that's fine.
I agree. I agree.
Okay, so on the subject of means of financing, can you go down roll just a little bit? And I guess we could start this out.
Could you
There's
start?
a motion to reduce revenue, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So can you get us to that tab? I'd like to move that.
Could you warn us before you make us look at ourselves like that? I pull my face away from the screen.
Okay, so first amendment is a motion to amend the estimated revenues for the town. You see the budgeted column, the adjustment and the proposed budget. So I'll move this just to keep the meeting moving. Do I have a second?
Second.
I'll second it to get on the table.
Thank you very much. Discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I go back to our workshop. There was a slight difference. I still haven't figured that out, but in general, I think we've all had a dialogue for the last couple of weeks on what we thought revenues were doing. It's our best guess. This is showing just shy of $6 million plus revenues coming in. Mr. Raymer has his hand up.
So, I mean, these things are, everybody's point of view is as valid as the next person's point of view. It's all conjecture. So please don't get your back up with my conjecture. But I didn't have a lot of quarrel with interest rate, conveyance tax, building permits. I have no clue about camp-free and field use and pickleball. But I did look at the memberships. Roland had explained to us that memberships means the beach cards. And you have the beach cards dropping by more than 2/3. And I thought, gee, that's quite a bit. I could understand a quarter or a third, maybe even a half. I'm not talking about huge dollars here, but I would have thought that to assume an adjustment of perhaps 500,000 or even a little less might have been appropriate. I have a greater problem with the state grants. I just mentioned again that in fiscal year 19, this was not a spectacular year for the state, and we derive $5.5 million in change. For the current year that we're in right now, also not a particularly good year for the state, although not a coronavirus year. We've already derived, the year's not done, but $2.35 million. And so I thought to assume the zero seemed harsh. The budget committee, with advice and counsel from our budget director and our controller, had speculated $1.6 million and change, the figure you see there. So I'd be inclined to suggest, or if you want me to make an motion, I'll make it a motion, that we revise the adjustment to be made in memberships for a $500,000 drop. I think even that's pessimistic. And I would take the budget committee speculation of $1.6 million and reduce that by 600 some odd thousand down to $1 million even. I think that, while conservative, is not unduly conservative, and that would be my proposal.
Okay, I lost the document.
Yeah, we all did. We got our faces back.
I'm sorry, Nick. I keep getting notes saying to get rid of the shared document.
Okay,
Maybe Craig can help answer that question.
I think he just has multiple windows open, so it's telling him to close other things.
The
little
computer
red
is
box.
telling us, the computer is telling us to speed it up.
okay.
It's been talking to Drake.
Mr. Raymer, I'm going back to what you just said. The number you're talking, 1.6, that's the estimated on the bottom left there. That's what the budget committee thought we might get
Yes.
at that time. Right?
Yeah, and that was pre-COVID.
Yes, we understand. We'll call it pre-change. I understand that. So as a background for everybody who's maybe heard me say this once, in fiscal year 08-09, we lost $10 million of revenue in one fell swoop. We never got back to that to this day yet, by the way. I don't think people in town understand, but I just think that I'm just going to say I polled everybody on the BET for the most part. What do you think we're going to lose in the next year in revenues? And I heard numbers between 6 and 10 and all kinds of numbers. I think these are estimates, and I don't think $250,000 is going to make a difference. If we're trying to change something by 2 million, that might. But these are just estimates on past performance. I will say this on the performance. I would ask Roland and Peter for advice. I think it's more than just beach cards. And by the way, a lot of beach cards and all the summer passes and everything are bought during the summer. So that could be a major reduction. I don't know though. And I think you have a lot of the fall programs in there, the football and what have you. I think you have all of those fees in there. And again, we don't know what this is going to do. So unless there's something significant, I'd be more in tune just to go with something that we've thought about here for at least a couple weeks.
So the change I was proposing was about $1 million. I was proposing that you reduce the $1.6 million $1.6 million and change that the budget committee had proposed on state funding down to $1 million. That's a change of 6 and change, plus $250,000 differential on the beach cards. Roland, can I ask you a question? I don't have the data points of what the state did on its funding to us in the aftermath of 2008, 2009. Do you have that data? I have the data on what happened to us on interest and building permits and conveyance taxes, but I don't know what the state did to us. Do you know? Did we go to zero?
We did on certain of the projects, not as bad as it has been the last 5 years, I would say.
No, in the overall, what happened? The overall number from the state on all things combined.
We continue to get the Board of Education money during that time period. I know that.
How much was that?
That was $3.5 million a year.
And other things too, LoSIP, telephone.
We continue to get some of that, yes.
Yeah, so I mean, overall, we got even in 2008, 2009, we got $4 or $5 million from them.
Yeah, I believe we did. It was only the last 4 or 5 years that the state started to cut back on us.
Well, but in 2019, the year just completed, we got $5.5 million. Yes,
that's right. They started to get some.
And in the current year so far, am I right that we've gotten $2.33 million already?
Perhaps. I have to look at that.
Okay. Ms. Moriarty has her. Okay.
Sorry.
No, I'm just.
Yeah, I'm usurping. I'll be quiet now.
Okay, Ms. Moriarty, followed by Ms. Hess.
So I wanted to talk about these assumptions because in their context, right? You reference that a couple 100,000 difference here or there. You're right. In the scheme of things of the general budget, maybe it doesn't matter a whole lot, but I think it does matter to those departments that have been impacted by cuts we just made this morning. So I think we do want to talk through some of these assumptions. I look at the revenue assumptions, especially Camp Carefree and the memberships, and I know that you picked those two.
I just
programs, and then maybe it's general recreation, but those are also programs that have temporary salaries, temporary expenses associated with them. So you would get a reduction in revenue, but we would also see a reduction in expenditures.
We
So
would.
this isn't showing the net amount, if you will. This is showing the gross amount, which may be overstating what could happen. And I think you could, so I don't quite believe that we are at that magnitude of expenses. I think in our numbers, and we can look at that mill rate, we did just put in a plug number also. We said about 800,000 a reduction. You've got $1,050,000. And I'm just looking to make sure I added right. But I think at the end of the day, that is going to make a difference as we look at the overall changes to the budget, because the other main area we're looking at is use of fund balance and capital tax levy. Those are some things we either generate some additional funding that we use towards the budget, or we use money towards the budget, and we need to talk through those.
I just have one thing to say about the recreation reductions. I'm not saying that we're going to lose all that amount in Camp Carefree, for example. I just took the, whatever that number was,
162,800.
a total of $1,050,000,
Oh,
and
okay.
said, and these are the largest items that I've just reduced arbitrarily out of the total Parks and Rec budget. So that it's not just specifically that, but for example, in the beaches, you also have guest passes, which are also going to drop. Things like that. The whole area, the picnics and all that. So it was just take $1 million out, and I just selected those accounts arbitrarily. But I'm not married to those numbers.
And I understand that their operating budget now is at fiscal 20 level, so they're not, their other expenses are not including, but they're not going to hire temporary employees if we're not running programs, or if the program's only half as big, they'll only hire half as many.
Right.
So those, so a lot, or some of their revenue, not all the revenue, does have an expense component tied to it that we are not considering here.
Thank you. Ms. Hess?
Hi, yes. So in terms of, where some items go, I just recall, and I can't keep some of these meetings straight, with Pete Minarski and with Roland, talking about the potential loss in revenue. And the total number that I recall having written down was $6 million, which is where we are. And so we can argue a little bit about maybe reduce this one a little or increase that other one. But it seemed to me at the time that was sort of the expected number. So I would just ask Pete and or Roland, just kind of based on, it's a guesstimate, right? As we've been talking this entire day, we don't really know what the future is going to be. And we may not have insight into that for a while. So just want to get your thoughts. Is 6 million, roughly 6 million, the right number in terms of where you expect revenues to be down next year?
And I would just say that these are almost $6 million just on these items. But, there's going to be a lot of other revenues throughout the town that we're not going to see at the same levels as what's in the budget probably right now. I think we're going to see smaller reductions all over the place.
Thank you. Thank you, Roland. Okay, there's a motion before us. I don't see any hands up. So I'm going to call, I want to call for a roll call vote on this. I don't think I have unanimous vote on this, so.
So I'm sorry, can we just, the motion was my motion, was it?
No, the motion before you, right here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It was Mr. Mason's motion.
Well, I'm just moving them to save from switching speakers, but the motion is what's on the screen before you. Okay, Mr. Drake, would you call?
Sorry, point of order. Because Mr. Raymer suggested some changes, we'll vote on this first, and then he'll make a motion on.
As we have done all day, we will dispense with one motion and entertain another. Okay. Mr. Drake, would you call a roll call vote, please?
Okay, we're going to call this a motion. We're going to call this a motion on revenues, and the number is 9 million. If I can read the little figures, 9,053,832.
632.
632. Thank you. Small figures. Let's start with Ms. Erickson, please.
But Bill, that's not the reduction. The motion to adjust the total is 5,937,838.
Yes, of course. Thank you. And I had the final answer, but that's fine. It's exactly what Ms. Hess just said. Ms. Erickson.
I'm going to pass for now.
Mr. Weisbrod. Mr. Weisbrod,
Sorry, I was on mute. I'm a no.
Mr. Juice,
Yes.
Mr. Raymer,
No.
Ms. Vasiliotis.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington,
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes.
Ms. Crumick,
Yes.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Ms. Cruiser.
Yes.
Back to Ms. Erickson.
Yes.
That vote was 10-2. It passed.
Mr. Raymer, do you have a motion you'd like to put before us?
Yes, I would offer a revised figure for the 5,900,000 some odd. The revised figure is 5,299,750. And I'll explain this just once somebody has a chance to write that number
Do I
down.
have a
I'll explain
second?
the source.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Moriarty, discussion by Mr. Raymer.
All I simply did was that I took the memberships figure and I reduced that adjustment by $250,000. And on the state grants, I made the assumption that the grants will total $1 million as opposed to 0, which means I reduced the 5 million number by the 637,8. Oh, I did the wrong thing. Sorry.
So you're taking $1.2 million off their number.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So I need to take 5,937,838 minus 1,250,000. No, the revised figure. Oh, sorry, that's wrong. 5,937,838 minus 1,250,000. The revised figure is 4,687,838. And what I've done is
I'll
I
accept the
assume.
revised motion.
Thank you.
Okay, discussion. Deborah Hess.
I'm not going to support this motion because I feel comfortable with $1 million in the aggregate being reduced. I think it might be tightened among the line items in terms of what might be up a little, what might be down a little. But again, I'm just sort of deferring to Pete and Roland, who seem to suggest that at this time, 6 million is as good an estimate. And so I would like to just leave it as is for the aggregate of the $6 million.
Thank you. Ms. Moriarty, you have your hand up?
I do. I just wanted to propose another way of looking at this. You know, we all say that there's a lot of uncertainty in these numbers. If we're wrong with these numbers, what happens is we're just not taking in the sufficient revenue and we're relying on our fund balance to close whatever gap we have. So this, I think, is, so we have a backup plan here. And I think that keeping our estimates as to where we think is potentially can come in is a reasonable thing to include in here. I don't think we end up with a hole, if you will, because we know that there are so many uncertainties and we know that our fund balance is going to come into play anyway.
Okay. Mr. Drake, would you call for a vote on this, please?
Sure.
If you vote yes, you're reducing according the.
This is Mr. Raymer's amendment to the revenue page.
Yes.
Ms. Cruiser,
Yes.
Ms. Hess, Ms. Hess,
No.
Ms. Crumick,
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington,
No.
Mr. Mason,
No.
I'm a no. Ms. Vasiliotis,
Vasiliotis, no.
Raymer,
Yes.
Mr. Deuce,
No.
Mr. Weisbrod,
Yes.
Ms. Erickson.
No.
That item fails 5-7.
Thank you very much. Is there anything else on revenue? Why we're in this means of financing? Revenue, not fund balance, not borrowings or anything else. Okay, can we go back to means of financing?
Sorry, I had my hand up.
Sorry, it's all the way over the right-hand side screen. Ms. Erickson.
I don't know what the appropriate time is, so you tell me, but we had talked about the increase in the rental rate for the cell towers on the Griff property. And I don't know if that is under means of financing when we talk about funds, or if this is now the appropriate time to have that conversation.
It would be because the golf course is in a separate account, and you would be taking cash from that account and moving it into the general fund. Therefore, you would be increasing the general fund balance. Therefore, you would be, in theory, reducing use of fund balance or taxation. Are you moving a motion to?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Geiger has a motion on that. Laura, are you making this motion or you want me to?
Why don't you make it, Leslie? I'll second it.
Okay, so I'm making the motion to move the incremental revenue for the new Verizon cell tower lease from the golf fund into the general fund.
I have a motion and a second discussion.
Okay, to explain the motion, a new lease with Verizon for the cell tower that's located on the golf course property went to the RTM last month. The terms of that lease increased the rent by $83,580 per year in the first year, and that rent will escalate 3% per year. The golf course is also, and the lease also, we will get retroactive rent to the beginning of the lease, which started on March 1st, 2018. That's $160,000 roughly. So the thought here is I don't want to disadvantage the golf course. However, they had been getting the revenue from that cell tower in previous years of $1 a year. So this proposal leaves them with the $1 a year lease rental income in their fund balance or in their funds, but that we move the excess amount of the market rate lease, which was just renegotiated, to the general fund so that we have those funds available to use for this budget year at least. So the amount being proposed is the $160,000 that we're making up from retroactive rent plus the $83,000 through February 29th of 21. That totals $243,506, I believe. Yeah, 506. So that number's off by $300. Once this is in the general fund, I would want us to add an additional line on our mill rate chart to say, use of fund balance, or we can just include it in the unrestricted fund balance amount, but to increase that amount by the $243,000 that is newly added to that fund.
Ms. Hess, you have your hand up?
Yeah, it's more a question. I mean, is it just from a legal perspective, are we allowed to just take this money from the lease? Would it require approvals? I'm just trying to understand the process by which we would be able to do it.
I will answer that. We're not taking the money from the lease. We're just taking money from one of our revolving funds and putting it in our general fund. The reference of the conversation is because the revolving fund has got an increased amount than what it previously did from the cell phone antenna. I mean, that might beg the question if it wasn't going up $83,000, would we be doing it? I don't have the answer to that. But the answer is we're just taking money from one of our revolving fund and putting it in general fund to account for revenue.
Understood.
Mr. Raymer.
So sort of in the nature of justification, the town owns the golf course. The town extends the use of the golf course to the Griff, and they run a golf activity there. These aren't the proceeds of a golf activity. It's a rental that's being paid based upon who owns the land. So it's just finding justification for you. It's not much logic that the golf course ought to be earning the profitability of the ownership of the land. The landowner should. The landowner is the town. And so it seems logical that the proceeds of that lease end up in the hands of the town, not the golf course. Whether it makes a difference in the end, I don't know. It's a revolving fund. At the end, profits over the long run come back to the town anyway, but it does seem more logical.
I haven't taken a look at the lease, but does the lease provide that the money should go to the Griff or to the town, or does anybody know the answer to that question?
I do not.
Ms. Erickson?
I believe it's to the town, but we should verify that. And my understanding is we would not be doing this going forward. I know there has been a historical arrangement that the Griff revolving fund gets the proceeds from these rentals for the cell phone towers, but this is just in recognition of the times we are in. So I view this as a one-time event.
Ms. Tarkington?
Yes, I have a question. There was a lease in place. Can someone, explain the marginal increase in the annual lease income with this rewritten Verizon lease? Just that change in annual income.
Mr. Chair, I have that information.
Ms. Moriarty?
I asked that question of Amina Ahmad this morning. She said the current lease is for $1 a month, so $12 a year. So virtually the entire amount of this new lease is incremental revenue to the town. I also have been told, and this is secondhand, that the question was asked of the town attorney, not the town attorney, the assistant town attorney, if the lease designates where the revenue goes, and the lease does not designate that.
And my follow-on question, this is, I went to attended the RTM meeting by Zoom. This is only the Verizon lease, correct? There's an upcoming AT&T lease also that will show similar kind of increases. Is that a correct statement, or I'm asking a question if anyone knows the answer?
Yes, I went to the RTM call and downloaded the summary terms of the Verizon lease only. The new leases, the additional leases have not yet been before the RTM. So this is only the Verizon lease.
Thank you.
So before I call, Ms. Moriarty, you still have your hand up. I know you've been answering other questions, so I don't want to skip you.
Lowered my hand.
Okay, just so you know, there's a background in this, and if you go back to the evolution of the golf fund, First Selectman Bergstresser was the real key lead on this resolution. And the antenna on the golf course property, the golf course team that maintained the golf course, the ground team up at the golf course, they're the ones responsible for permitting and conducting all the access. All the utilities for the antenna are billed through the Griffith, through the golf fund. So the utilities, because remember, I think we charge in-kind services like we do with all the other funds. I'm not really exactly sure at this point today, but the idea behind this, and the reason that the Director of Parks and Rec, I think, went after this antenna at the time is because, as you remember, we started the revolving fund with zero cash balance. And we handed them a list at that time. I think the number was pretty high. It was $300,000 or $400,000 of improvements and equipment that were needed, but we didn't give them the cash. So the golfers have sustained this fund. So I think part of the negotiation for this, because there was competition for where that antenna wanted to go, was in order for us to offset some of the capital appropriations going forward. As you know, we've loaned the golf fund money, but that's all been paid back. They have no current debt with the town. So I have a hard time supporting this. I understand what we're trying to do, but this is just right now, I would have a hard time supporting this. Mr. Drake, would you call the vote?
No logic to me. Sorry.
Yes, we're going to call this the golf spell revenue item, and we'll start.
Chairman Mason, may I ask one question of you?
Please.
On this revenue item, is this something that we can go back? You know, I intend to vote no for this vote, but is this something we can go back and do some additional research on, and then it may or may not impact our mill rate decision in June, or is this a final decision that we could do this?
I think the BET at any time has the authority to control the funds in any of these funds. I think we have discretion at any time.
Thank you, Mike.
The only question you have here is, if you transfer this fund now, are you intend on lowering the mill rate by $250,000, whatever the number is, 240 something or other? Are you intending on doing? That's the question before you. But the BET at any time just transfer the cash over and use it accordingly.
So again, my intent is to vote no on this now, but I do think that these kind of issues, particularly this one, we could do some more research on. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to vote on this transfer, in effect, or moving the cash. Ms. Erickson.
Can we clarify the amount? Is it 243,206 or 506?
Should be 506.
So, well, Roland makes that change. My vote is yes.
Mr. Weisbrod.
First, I have to unmute, and I vote yes. Thank you.
Mr. Deuce.
I vote yes.
Mr. Raymer.
Yes.
Ms. Vasiliotis. Mr. Mason.
No.
I skipped myself. I'm a yes. I'll come back to Ms. Vasiliotis. Ms. Tarkington.
No.
Ms. Moriarty.
Yes.
Ms. Krummick.
Yes.
Ms. Hess. That was a yes, I presume. Ms. Cruz.
No, it was a no.
Ms. Cruiser.
Yes.
Okay, that item has
Ms. Vasiliotis?
eight yeses, and we're returning to Ms. Vasiliotis. 7 yeses. 7 yeses, and we're returning to Ms. Vasiliotis. Karen?
It appears to be why.
I said no.
Okay, that item is passed, 7-5.
Okay, are there any, let's see. Are there any other motions on?
Bill, can you go, I only had 4 no's.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you're absolutely right. It's 8-4.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah.
Okay. While Roland's switching it. Okay, back to revenues. Are there any changes in revenues? So Roland, you're gonna have to depict the fund balance change in the golf course sheets. You're gonna have to show a negative, whatever that number was. Okay. Now, continuing on down this chart, the next item is we've adjusted revenues. I have no other motions that I know of. Use the fund balance. As you know, the budget committee recommended a separate line for Nathaniel Witherell fiscal 19 of $4.1 million. Do I have any motions to change that? Okay. There's 2 recommendations for use of fund balance. The difference is $278,810.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Moriarty.
can I ask that this chart be scrolled down to show the calculation of the mill rate change?
Sure.
So at the moment, with the budgeted use of fund balance is reflected in the column J, the Republican version. Mill rate's being reduced by negative 0.85%. The column L hasn't been adjusted for any of the motions that have just made. So what column L is representing there, a flat mill rate, is just the assumptions that we had coming in, which is a different revenue assumption at the moment than yours of about $1 million and clearly our operating expenses were higher and our capital tax levy was higher.
Okay. So
May I ask Mr. Rowland to just scroll up to the top for a minute because I missed some of the capital numbers. I just want to look quickly.
Yeah, can we review our assumptions on capital tax levy?
Yeah, can you go up to the top?
we
Please.
will.
Sorry.
Okay. Okay, so in the top, okay, so Ms. Moriarty, I need you to address, because you've made changes. Your model needs to, your model's not, if we scroll down, your model won't be accurate because you don't have the capital number, the accurate capital number in there.
Correct. So, but to be honest, that doesn't change anything in the mill rate calculation. The key
Okay.
number there is just
Okay.
the capital.
But it does, it does, because what happens is you're now, again, as Mr. Reamer pointed out the other day, if you look, you're at 47 versus 53 plus the other 1.2. So there is an issue there on the gap there between the capital tax levy and the debt and sewer, those two numbers, the 45 and 1.2. I think if we want to compare apples to apples, we need to do that. So
Well,
we need,
I mean, the way that this chart right now represents, it showed that we were at, this 46.75 was before all the actions that were taken. So it doesn't reflect the 39 million that the budget's now standing. The rest of these numbers, that number's fixed, the debt repay number is fixed, same as yours. Contribution to sewer is fixed. The difference is what happens here, right?
I understand that, but the other day, your capital tax levy was $3.8 million, I believe.
This is yes, you're right. Excuse me. We have changed the numbers that we changed, and we did. You said that we didn't share with you some revisions that we made. The numbers that we showed at the workshop and that we distributed to you on Wednesday had showed an increase in the mill rate of 0.72. All right.
Right. What's happened, what I'm trying to say is we had this conversation earlier when people said we're at a zero, and I'm like, okay, this is when you need to do that. You need to explain the changes that you've made in your assumptions and model.
Okay. So what those changes are, for the most part, we kept our revenue or our operating budget assumptions the same as the Wednesday proposal. We kept the school budget reduction, the town budget. Actually, the town budget went up a little bit because we used all of the first selectman's numbers. And there was a little discrepancy between his numbers and what was previously discussed. So this bottom line total operating cost number is lower than what we saw before.
Okay, so what I'm asking you to do right now, so we can compare apples to apples, I need the town operating costs should be even in both categories. We've made motions.
Well, here's the difference, okay? Our proposal is still that we would like to see health and human services added back in, as well as the school budget added back in. So our proposed budget reflects the changes we would still like to make and for the Republicans to consider modifying your assumptions. So I want to keep these numbers where they are because that's the way we're going to be able to compare our bottom line. Your number reflects everything that's been adopted, so we know what that is.
Okay.
Let me drop to capital. Capital, at this point, we would adopt your number and put that in there.
Okay, I'm asking you to do that, so.
Roland has a spreadsheet. I can't, so he'll do that. So he
Right.
did, so you can see borrowings changed. The capital tax levy is still at 53.
Okay.
I think that is a discussion point that we can identify as a source of funds. As you and I both know, if that number is lowered to 51, that's $2 million that we're not taxing for, or if that just drops to the bottom line, we wouldn't tax for. Again, our proposal is we want to restore some of the school's budget That would be our first priority, but also health and human services should be considered to use those funds to put those operating budgets where they need to be. So
Okay.
that's a conversation that we'll have.
We're ready to have that conversation. Let me explain what I'm trying to do here so we can be clear. The other day, there was a reluctance. Well, I had the reluctance, but I had it about what the capital tax levy was. So your group the other day and in subsequent sort of dialogue was very, very skeptical about reducing the capital tax levy down to where we were. Today, you've presented something at 53. I wasn't aware of that, but that's okay. Our document is at 51. So I think there is a conversation between us on that. That gets us down to what would you like to do? My question, I said, what would you like to do with use of fund balance? We're only apart by 278,000, which is a big number, but it's still, I mean, we're still going up and going to make a commitment to use of fund balance. Both of us, it looks like, of certainly about a 10% of the balance, right? If I'm not mistaken. We're going up from
add the 12.2 and the 15. Is that what you're doing? No.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing. So
Because the fund balance is at 63. So by adding 3 million, it's a 5% change increase.
No. Go the other way. We're at 62. We plan on staying roughly at 62, according to what I've heard the controller say. We're not really going to go up at year close. So we're going from 12.2 to 52. That's 3 million. And then the 4.1, one could argue, is only $1 million more than the risk fund for last year's use of fund balance. I'm just trying that we need to be on the same. We need to get on the same page of the numbers we're looking at.
Mhm.
So my question is: is your caucus suggesting a motion to use 53 million to raise the capital tax levy to 53 from our 51?
So the devil is in the details, and I think this is always an unusual conversation for the BET to have at its meetings. Part of that answer relies in the trade-offs that we're making for that change. What we talked about at the workshop was that number, the more we lower that number, the more challenging we make it for ourselves to fund a future capital plan. So we know that 30 million of projects are going to be deferred to next year, which is pushing off $30 million potentially of those projects to the following year. So we've already impacted our capital plans, slowing things down, pushing things out a year. We have fund balance, we have capital tax levy constraints and the amount of capital constraints that we have to cover our debt service, which is increasing in the model, and I'll say that while I look that up to make sure that that's true. And then we have to cover some cash payments. So by lowering the tax levy, granted it was intended to be at 56.8 million. So lowering it to 51 generates 5 million that we're not spending in this current year, but it's going to put us behind in future years. And it's a cumulative kind of impact. However, we are so concerned about the level of the operating school budget that I'll have a conversation about that. If you tell me I want to drop the capital tax levy to put the capital budget in jeopardy because you want to lower the mill rate, that's a different conversation. So it's hard to look at this in just isolation.
As we left the other day, and by the way, I have some people who are entertaining a motion to discontinue this meeting and reschedule it. We have till April 5th. So be advised, I may have that motion coming. So we need to make progress. So I'm going to say this, and I hope the public hears this. Our concern was, in agreeing with you, that the capital tax levy was getting reduced quite a bit in our model. And if we bring that capital tax levy up by $2 million, agreeing with what you're saying, well, you know what that does to the bottom line. That just brings it back up. So what I'm trying to say to you is I can't, I'm trying. As we said the other day, we understand your concerns about the Board of Ed budget, but you've determined that there's only a certain amount that budget, and we don't have that kind of room, especially if following what you talked about the other day and increasing the capital tax levy back up so it's not so low, so it has to go up. So it's
Take that $2 million and put that in the school's budget.
no, I'm not going to do that. I as it is now, I'm going by what every communication was, that our capital tax levy is too low. So I'm trying to, personally, I'm trying to restore that. That's why I'm asking you, where are you on fund balance? Use of fund balance. I think
It's a dependent conversation. If you're not willing to take that 2 million and put it into the school's budget, then I'd say I want to increase fund balance by an additional 2,278,000 and put that, or additional 2.3 million and put that into the school's budget. So
Okay.
it's a circular conversation until we can agree on the objectives that we're trying to have with this budget.
okay. So
Can we move ahead and then have Mrs. Moriarty present an alternative in any fashion she wanted? Mike has always started this meeting by saying we're open to consider everything in an amiable, transparent manner.
okay.
Go forward on column J and circle back to column L?
Okay.
Ready to listen to Ms. Moriarty.
All right, can I make a motion then to increase the school's budget by 2.368 million?
Up to the chairman. I think it'd be
I'm
dis-
sorry.
I think it'd be
Say
disposed
that
of
again.
fast.
Add that motion.
My motion is to, now that we're looking at the numbers and we're seeing all the other changes we made to the budget, we're down to probably 3 numbers that we can modify. And then we look at the bottom line on the mill rate impact. But I'm saying that the school's budget should still be a point of attention for this board. And I'm making a motion to increase the school's budget by $2,368,784.
And I,
Okay.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Discussion?
Let me just add a comment there. I think because we have these dollars here, the numbers on the blue column L, are not there. If Roland put them back in, but they were 53 million in the total number, and then that value will calculate. The thought here is that, looking at the choices that we have to make about capital and operating, and I'm so concerned about the issues facing the kids in the classroom and what they're going to face with distance learning, that everything's about compromise. I will reduce the capital tax levy to 51 million if we can put that 2 million into the school's operating budget, and I'll look for the other 368,000 from fund balance.
So you've changed your position from the other day. Okay.
We're trying to work with you. We're trying to get to the right budget for this community, and I'm hoping that you're listening to that.
Oh, I would never think I'm not listening to it. Okay, Mr. Drake, you have your hand up?
Yes, I was just gonna say, I think we're all open to discuss everything here in an open, transparent way. I have a feeling that Ms. Moriarty's motion to add money to the school's budget will be disposed of pretty rapidly. Since we've already discussed it for many minutes.
Lowering Mr. Drake's hand. Hang on one second. Further discussion?
Yes, I have my hand raised if I could.
Oh, I see it now. Yes, Mr. Weisberg, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, yes, I agree with Mr. Drake. We've had very, very lengthy and fulsome discussions on that budget item. But what's being proposed, if I understand it, by Ms. Moriarty is essentially an attempt to salvage this exercise and to try to make it bipartisan by compromising on one line item in order to address a hole in another line item, albeit within the overall context that we've worked so hard together to achieve, which is a substantial decrease in operating expenses as well as a major cut in capital projects with a mill rate outcome that's close to zero or at zero. And that's the gist of the proposal that Ms. Moriarty is making. And quite frankly, it's very creative. And it's very important because I think we could get to yes as a bipartisan outcome here. And so that's the context in which she's making the proposal to consider the restoration of the school budget. It's not in a vacuum. That's all.
Can I say something? Here's my problem with this. I mean, basically, my colleagues are saying that it's their way or the highway. Let's restore the schools and get to basically a zero mill rate. And I really don't appreciate that. I mean, if we are going to start reviewing schools, we should review all departments. I mean, the schools were not the only department that got reduced. There's certainly creative ways the schools can solve the problem of the reduction in the budget without sacrificing the classroom and children's. I mean, I find this very unproductive discussion at this point.
Let me just lower that hand. Mr. Raymer's hand was next, followed by Ms. Krummick and Ms. Erickson.
So you had asked that there be an integrated presentation of the calculation from Ms. Moriarty. And so maybe now would be a good time to just let her go down the whole column under L, the blue-headed column, with each of her figures to a calculation at the bottom, and you can look at the mill rate and the like. We can have a corollary conversation to that of, and what if we change this figure a little or that figure a little? And then you'll properly understand, together with a few variants of it, what it is that the Democrats were proposing. And I think that would be a productive thing to do. So could I ask that you just allow her to finish that process?
I've been asking for this for a long time. Go right ahead, Ms. Moriarty.
Thank you.
I would rather actually let me finish my speakers first. Ms. Krummick, followed by Ms. Erickson.
Thank you. I just wanted to add that I think it may just be a department in some people's minds, but there are a lot of children whose lives are at risk and their future education is at risk right now. And I say that because with the COVID-19, none of us know whether in the near future, the school system is going to have to spend a lot more money than we even envision now. If you look at what they're doing in Denmark, it's a very different model to try to address the COVID-19 virus before we have vaccines to help all of us. So I urge you to reconsider, to think of it separately, to look at what our community is asking us to do. I don't remember ever in the years I've been involved as a parent of students, as a co-president of a PTA, serving on the BET, I don't remember ever having this many parents step up and members of the community and say, please, please support our schools at the moment. Thank you.
Ms. Erickson was next.
Yeah, I just can't let the comment that, our caucus, it's our way or the highway. I mean, that's not well taken. I think we've all worked very diligently and very respectfully. We have different views on what the appropriate level is for the Board of Education. But to have members of this finance board state definitively that the Board of Ed can find creative ways to meet their budget is just a gross mischaracterization of what you're asking the Board of Ed to do. You are asking them to change how education is going to be delivered in Greenwich. $3 million is not around the margin cut. It's a deep, impactful cut. And I think now that we have the numbers, and I will make one request. we didn't go through Roland's numbers to say where we were in the budget committee recommended budget and where we are now after our actions. I'm a little bit behind, I think, in my spreadsheet, but I'm wondering how the public is following our deliberations. But I just wanted to say that it is certainly worth, now that we have all the inputs, to look once again at our decisions, because they do have ramifications, serious ramifications for our 9,000 students enrolled in Greenwich Public Schools. Thank you.
Mr. Drake?
Ms. Moriarty is trying to put an idea on the table. Mr. Mason is trying to be tolerant and run a open-handed meeting. This decision in schools has already been voted by this board once, but if Ms. Moriarty wants to bring it up again, we're tolerant of that. Let's make the motion and vote it. I'm going to bet you all a nickel that the vote isn't going to change from the one you took 4 hours ago. Let's vote and move ahead with respect for everyone on the board. Is that what you all want to do?
Ms. Moriarty?
So I think I've been asked to complete the integrated proposal that we have in the blue column on and where we might be willing to negotiate with you or to talk with you about potential changes. I don't hear many solutions to try to reach a compromise coming from the colleagues on the other side of the aisle, if you will. So let me go through here. As I said, these operating costs, the town ones, the difference in the town budget is reflected here, and I made these adjustments this morning. So on our votes this morning, it just reflects the $116,000 difference between the healthcare and the human services budget. I'm not making a proposal at the moment on that. The school's budget reflects the difference where we are and the 700,000 cut is not easy for the school to absorb, but our number reflects a 700,000 cut from the recommended budget, and yours has a $3 million cut. Fixed charges were the same. So we're at about 2.5 million more in operating expenses than you are. Funding that, we then go down to capital, I guess, first. Capital, we took our votes on capital. We're not going to go back and try and argue any of those capital. So we're just running it down the line of what the expenses are there. The decision we get to make as a board is what the capital tax levy is. So at the moment, we're saying $53 million in tax levy, which means that the town has to finance $453 million in our amount to be financed. Roland, if you could scroll down a little further, please, to the funding amount. So how are we funding that? We really did this about the same thing that the Republicans did in their proposal. We added just $3 million to the fund balance. And the decision there is, as we all know, if we use too much fund balance to plug the hole, it makes it that much more difficult when we look at fiscal 22 budget, because we don't have a common base to move forward on. Roland, don't change my numbers yet. Can you put the revenue number back? So the next assumption where we differ is the revenue assumption. Our caucus does believe that we don't need to be quite as conservative in the revenue reduction number. We probably, I think we will get some state money, especially in the schools, ECS. Every district is hurting, and I don't think that the state's going to turn away from that. So we may get some money there. And as I said, we are taking revenue reductions in areas where I think they're offsetting expense reductions. So we have a different $1 million there of a reduction in revenue, which allows us to end up with property tax level. We have a higher property tax level because we are funding a higher amount of expenses above. And when you drop down to the mill rate, what this results in is, we're about flat mill rate. And I want to remind everyone where the mill rate increase that we had previously, this number is incorrect because it has the wrong grand list. It goes down to about a 1.39%, I believe. So 1.4% is what the budget committee approved and was willing to go to the full BET where we were. Granted, life is very different, and we're trying to, when you look at it on a global perspective, trying to determine how much do we want to do we feel comfortable asking our homeowners, our taxpayers to say, as far as mill rates and their taxes, to try and keep them flat or go lower than they are currently or go higher? But there are trade-offs. The reason that the Republican proposal that we can talk about, especially as our revenue number is different than yours. Is that what the group was looking for as far as an explanation?
That was definitely what I was looking for. It makes the point that you can have a capital tax levy at 53, and you can not make the, I won't use the word draconian, the harsher cut from schools, and you end up with a zero mill rate, actually a peanut less than zero.
That was what you wanted to say, Mr. Raymer? Can I put your
That's
hand-
the point. You were asking what is the Democratic proposal, and put very, very thoughtfully and carefully, item by Mrs. Moriarty. That's the Democratic proposal. We think that 53 of a capital tax levy is safer than 51, and we think that the additional 2,000,006 some odd of additional to the schools is sounder as well. And you could do both of those things and still have a zero mill rate increase. Actually, a little less than zero.
If I can point out one other number, the difference in our proposal, so the difference between a flat mill rate and the negative mill rate, the lower mill rate in your proposal, is $3.2 million. So if that mill rate were at zero, you have $3.2 million to use either in expenses or to lower other, increase assumptions in other areas of the budget.
Thank you. Mr. Weisbrod still has his hand up. David?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. One other thing comes to mind. I know Roland and Pete are tabulating a list of expenses that are reimbursable under the already approved COVID-related legislation, where there is, money available for COVID-related expenses that the communities are incurring. I don't think they've completed that exercise yet, but I would be very keen on understanding the magnitude, because that will be incremental, revenue, if you will, or balances that will come into the town of Greenwich during the fiscal year. And that may have a bearing on this. Roland and Pete, do you have a sense of that?
Roland, yes, we have about 174,000, except for the Parks and Recreation Department. They're not coding them through the Munis system. We also have the option of recouping the revenue that we could lose by the deferral of taxes next August and September. So an outside guess could be at least $500,000 as far as the FEMA and or the Office of Policy and Management reimbursement.
And that all represents legislation that's been approved. So it's not a pie in the sky. That is very much achievable, realizable. That's a big number.
Mr. Chair, can I,
Yes.
I'd like to withdraw my previous motion and replace it with a different motion.
Please.
Okay, so I'm withdrawing the prior motion if Mr. Raymer agrees, and instead
Mr. Raymer agrees.
replacing it with the motion that the BET vote to increase the school's budget by $2,368,784 and decrease the capital tax levy have a capital tax levy of $51 million and increase the fund balance the use of fund balance by amount to get to a 0% 5% mill rate change.
Mr. Ramers, I'm sure seconding that discussion.
As soon as he understands it, yes.
Okay.
Yes, I second.
Discussion. I can call for the vote.
I'm not hearing any response or proposals from my Republican colleagues on this board. This is a very frustrating exercise. You're probably also frustrated, but other than saying no, I'm not hearing anything else.
Would it help if we laid it
If you
out?
call
in
for the vote,
figures
you'll hear
at
the
all?
answer. I'm sorry, Mr. Ramer, I didn't hear you.
I'm sorry, I was speaking out of turn. I was only suggesting, would it help if the recommendation, I'm sorry, the proposal that Mrs. Moriarty made were laid out in print before us?
No,
No, we understand it.
we know exactly what it is, and we are thankful for her for making it clear and putting it on the table. I would propose let's vote.
Roland, would you do me a favor just for, on the yellow column? Could you change the 51 to 53?
Well, that's not my motion, but okay.
I'm
All right.
I think it's just doing a what if.
I go back to our workshop the other day and the criticisms were that we're lowering the capital tax levy too low.
So, Roland, just change the total number. The borrowings will recalculate. Can you do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, mine does.
No, don't play with the borrowings number. Just play with the tax levy number.
He meant to, but the cursor was on the wrong place.
Use,
He's still in the wrong place.
yeah, deal with cell J21.
Roland, I just want to say you're doing a great job. Thank you.
Yeah, he is.
Yes,
he's-
absolutely.
He always does.
I can't get J20.
I don't know how you guys did this at 2 a.m.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, you'll find out in about 7 hours.
You're still modifying.
Yeah, hit escape a couple times. I think you're in trace calculating. Yeah, there it was. Okay, I think Mike was doing a what if to see what that meant for the mill
Yeah.
rate. Oh, Mike,
So scroll down.
negative 33 basis points.
Oh, dear. I can offer a vote on this if you'd like, or I can offer a 10-minute break. Your choice. There's a motion on the floor. I'd usually dispense with motions before doing that, but I'll leave it up to the will.
Here's one voice for vote, then break.
Okay? Okay, Mr. Drake, call the roll.
Okay, we're gonna call this the Moriarty, I should call it the Moriarty switch. It's two parts, that right? But I don't mean to be flippant. We know exactly what you mean, Leslie, right?
Yep.
So we're gonna start with Ms. Cruiser,
Yes.
Ms. Hess,
No.
Ms. Kremick,
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington,
No.
Mr. Mason,
No.
I'm a no, Ms. Basiliotis,
Vasiliotis, no.
Mr. Raymer,
Yes.
Mr. Deuce,
No.
Mr. Weisbrod, Mr. Weisbrod, Ms. Erickson,
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod.
Oh, I apologize. I'm a yes.
So that item fails 6-6.
Okay, that motion has failed 6-6. May I make a suggestion in a quick break, and everybody needs to really decide how far we want to go today. We're not done. I'm sure there's going to be another motion like that, similar to that shortly. Is everybody in favor of that?
I would remind all of you that on our side of town over here where Raymer and I live with Deborah, at 5:30, it's cocktail hour. So that's important.
Rick, are you making a motion to suspend the meeting?
Can
I'm
I
not
ask
hearing
what's
that motion.
left?
Okay.
At a point of order,
Point of, Ms. Erickson, point of order.
what's our remaining business items?
Okay, so actually, the reason for part of my reason for the break is we have, I was going to suggest leaving this and let's go to budget resolutions. And then really, we have subject to, I was actually going to do conditions subject to release, get the resolutions all done, and then come back to this. I had it under the agenda under some review revisit. That was the plan.
Can we take a 10-minute break and then reconvene?
Yes, we'll see you at 5:20. Everybody turn off their video and their mics.
I don't know where Louisa is. She's in the basement.
Bill, you're not muted.
I'm here.
Hey,
Hello. Can you see me and hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good. I didn't know. I get a message that says, start your engines, or says, start your video, right? So I started my engines.
Okay, I'm waiting for Beth and Leslie.
Mike, Leslie's here. That's just her audio.
Oh, I'm sorry. And waiting for Beth.
Sorry, that's it.
Well, I take that back. We seem to, oh, there's Leslie Moriarty.
Where's Leslie? Oh, I didn't even notice that. Oh, okay. Just so everybody knows, if I get a motion to adjourn, and it's seconded, I will call for the vote on that. I encourage everyone to keep that in mind. I'm going to call for the vote on the item before us. I'm going to leave this conversation with the approval of the board. I'm going to do conditions subject to releases and resolutions.
Mike,
And then I will come back. Yes, Mr. Geiger.
we were just told that we have to be out of the building at 8 o'clock.
Okay. Well, that's good. I get grounded when the streetlights go on, so we're going to make that happen. Okay. Is everybody here?
Yes, Mike, I think everybody's here.
Okay. So, Mr. Drake, the Moriarty motion,
Yes, sir. It was voted. The vote was 6-6. It did not pass.
no, okay. I'm going to move on now. Roland, if you could take us to budget conditions and subject to releases, whatever they're called.
Can I say one thing, Mike? Is it time for the other funds, the Witherell and the sewer and that, or not?
I'm sorry, you are correct. That's exactly what we said. Okay, everybody, you ready? Roland, do you have that voting tab? Next tab should be sewer maintenance fund. As amended? Do I hear any motions, discussion?
So move.
Sewer improvement fund as amended? These had very slight changes.
I bet you Roland is searching to put them up there on the screen, but let's continue.
Okay. Nathaniel Witherell as amended. We've made a change in Nathaniel Witherell in the first motion.
I have that amendment, which is before everybody. When's the right time to make it?
Whenever you're lot, please, does Roland have it to get it on the screen?
It was in the package that's been handed out. The accounting changes at the Witherell.
Beth Crumick has her hand up.
Well,
While you're finding that motion,
The motion was on page 9 of the handout from the workshop from the Republicans.
and I'm happy to, I'll put it forward.
let me just correct Mr. Raymer. That is not true. That motion is from Mr. Drake. It's not.
That's not the Nathaniel Witherell motion that's before us?
That's what's coming before us once we see it, but that's from Mr. Drake.
Okay.
I think the point is we all have it if Mr. Drake would like to.
Yeah,
start.
I'm happy to go forward if that's okay. I know Mr. Deuce was intending to be my second. Are you my second, Mr. Deuce?
I'm seconding it. Yes.
So just by the way, I'll be brief with this. As background, you know, the CDBG funds, the largest appropriation was $160,000 to the Witherell Pavilion. So that's just just background for all of you. That was a great outcome for the pavilion, for the Witherell. But on this amendment, which Roland will find shortly and put up on the screen, back in the 2017 budget, the budget committee and the BET instructed Roland and Pete to make $1 million of Witherell's expenses disappear from the Witherell paperwork and reappear in the general fund balances. And all these figures were all shared with everybody on the BET back on February 24th by email. When those changes were made, the Witherell did not become $2 million less unprofitable. And so this resolution, this motion is to restore the treatment that we carried out for all those many years before 2017. When these $2 million reappear in the general fund from the Witherell fund, what happens is they just get lost among the $300, $400 million of spending. So what that really means is that the $2 million of Witherell support gets provided by the taxpayers and voted by us and the RTM, but it's not disclosed. It's just melded into these other large sums. So the accounting in 2017 was changed from being clear and identified into diffuse and obscured. So what it really means is when you're supporting the Witherell by...
To secure victory for the American Revolution and to establish the new republic, money was as important as guns. And if you can imagine going without the British pound, which was the foundation of our economy, for a good 7 years, and we didn't have any corporate law, corporations, we didn't have a banking system, somehow we survived, and that was largely...
...to government bodies. It's also not what the accountants who we hired, PKF, to keep the books provide the books for our committee. It's not what they said. So we should have one set of accounting principles, and they should be accurate, and that's what's behind this amendment.
I have a motion and a second by Mr. Deuce. Discussion, Ms. Cromick.
Yes, I'd like to ask us not to approve this change in the accounting. There were good reasons why it was put into place in 2017. I see no reason at this time to make Nathaniel Witherell's accounting look even more negative. I just think at a moment where we've luckily got a brand new executive director coming in, and I wish him Godspeed. I hope he does well with this turning around this facility so that possibly everyone will back off and not try to move to spin it off from the town. I would ask that we leave the accounting right where it is and not change it at this time. That it's not going to do anything more than just put Nathaniel Witherell in a financially more negative light just at a moment where we don't need it. They are doing yeoman service for the seniors in this community. And as someone who has not only a mother-in-law there,
but
had an uncle there, I want to see positive conditions, not changing the accounting so that it puts a negative light on Nathaniel Witherell, and adding another couple of million will do that. Thank you.
I'm going to encourage everybody to look at your clock, and at 8 o'clock, this meeting ends. I will say this again. I would say you just need to keep your comments as brief as you can. We need to move forward. Ms. Tarkington, followed by Mr. Weisbrod, followed by Mr. Deuce.
As Mr. Drake knows, I won't be supporting this motion today. I think that the allocation of costs was done across all of the funds. And so when it was reversed, it went across all the funds. This is much too complicated to consider. If the board wants to do this, it should be included in budget guidelines, thoughtfully done, and the allocations updated. So those are steps that we can consider for budget guidelines for next year, but certainly nothing that we can do in a rush as we go through our decision day process. Thank you.
Mr. Weisbrod, you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you very much. And just to underscore you, Mr. Chairman, I think we should move expeditiously, if we can, to achieve a conclusion of this meeting. So I will not speak long, except to say that I agree with Ms. Tarkington, and I think my vote is going to be against this amendment. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deuce.
Yes, this is a minor change. There's no cash flow implication. And frankly, there's never really a good time to do this. We did it once in the past. We still do it for Medicare, Medicaid reporting. I'm curious why we made the change in 2017, but there's a lot of moving pieces now. And if we can't give it the right focus now, maybe we could push it off, but I recommend it's a small thing. And if we can adopt it, so much the better.
Okay, do I see any more hands? Before I call for the vote, I'll make a comment. You know, we talk about this community and what's important, and seniors and health and human services. This community's contributions to Nathaniel Witherell for how many years and how many decades is amazing. And although this is a struggle for us right now, and it does have an impact on our finances, I can't support this motion at the time, because I think if you increase the charges to the fund, you're going to end up increasing the offset cash to the fund, and it's just not going to work. So I see no other hands. Mr. Drake, can you call for the vote?
Sure, we'll call this the Witherell accounting motion. Ms. Cruiser,
No.
Ms. Hess,
No.
Ms. Crumick. Ms. Crumick. I know
Sorry,
it's-
no.
Ms. Moriarty,
No.
Ms. Tarkington,
No.
Mr. Mason.
No.
I'm a yes. Ms. Vasiliotis,
Vasiliotis, no.
Mr. Raymer,
No.
Mr. Deuce. Mr.
Yes,
Deuce,
sorry. Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod,
No.
Ms. Erickson.
No.
Now, this item fails 2-10.
Okay, moving on. Okay, Nathaniel Witherell then, as amended. Do I have anything else? Okay.
You
School
can
lunch
make
fund as amended.
that unanimous, I think, for that fund, right? I mean, the approval of the 30 million of Witherell's expenditures.
Yes, I think
We
the
treat
only
that
change that was
unanimous.
made to Nathaniel Witherell was in that first motion by about $108,000. Okay, school lunch fund as amended. Parking fund, traffic and parking services as amended.
The first two of those items we already voted on earlier today.
I know. That's
Yeah,
why I said
okay.
as amended. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Griffith E. Harris Golf Courses as amended. There's a couple amendments there, Roland. One amendment is you got to take and put a line in reduce of their fund balance by 250, and you have to make the reduction in the 100 account. Are there any other amendments to Nathaniel Witherell? Okay. OPEB and retirement, 131 and 132. Retirement and OPEB, 11,120,950. Those are not amended. Those are actually those are not changed. Triple R, our shellfish and harbor management, I don't believe we've made any changes to those either. So let's as presented by the Budget Committee. Do I have any amendments? Okay, that takes us to budget conditions and subject to release. Okay, so I'll, unless I hear differently, I'm going to move these one at a time. External entities, GEMS 440, 4.7 million, subject to release, Board of Estimate Tax Review. I think that's a carryover from prior years. I would ask my Budget Committee members to confirm that.
Yes.
Okay.
Confirmed.
Okay, do I have any amendments to this one? Okay, I'm going to move to the next one. External entities tag and safe rides. There's two numbers there. Obviously, I think we've had that. Same subject to release as in previous years. I go to my Budget Committee members for that.
Yes, again.
Okay, thank you. Parking services, various Department 211. Subject to release of, I can't read that number, 3,069,150. That's a little different. I know some dates.
Yeah, I don't remember that language. I thought I remember something about semi-annual or something report.
Yeah, well, we changed it from, at Roland's recommendation, we changed it from semi-annual, which would be June to September. I talked with, well, Roland had suggested that, also talked with Ben. Ben was pleased with that change. That means we'd release the first quarter and, you know, we wait for them to come in September. Obviously, they're not collecting, you know, they're not charging parking fees, let alone collecting them or issuing tickets now. So it's premature.
Do I have a motion to amend this paragraph at all?
Why are we getting a second quarter report? Let me just figure this out for a minute. I'm sorry. Can I think aloud? It looks like these reports somehow seem rather close together. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Jeff, normally it's you know, semi-annual. Roland thought that June would be, you know, too soon, difficult, etc. So he suggested September. So then we just drop, you know, we'd automatically release the first quarter of appropriations and just have them come in September. I think, Jeff, you know, the other thing is we were flexible earlier this year. Instead of him coming in December, he came in at our budget meeting in January. I think that the Budget Committee has that option, but this was suggested by Roland and I thought it was a good idea. Ben was pleased, and actually our Deputy Police Chief had actually brought up the subject with Ben last week about coming in June. So this, I think, offers relief to all.
If they come in December and give us a report that's at the end of the first half, give us a report, a status report then, and then instead of coming to us twice, once to the Budget Committee and then once for the budget hearings, let's have them come just once late in the year. And they're going to have to come to us during the budget hearings anyway. It's actually one less visit for them, and it breaks the reports up. So we're getting them spaced about 6 months apart.
So I mean, that's fine with me. Let's call that January. I think he came to the first meeting that we had in January. So
January, and then at the budget.
So September and January, you know, because there'll be a lot of changes here. We're going to have to watch this fund more closely. September was supposed to be June. Do you want him to come in June? We agreed in Budget Committee that it would be semi-annual.
No, we didn't.
Well, we did talk about that, Leslie. Yes, we did.
Okay, so somewhere a change has been made here. I am not a big fan of editing on the fly. So
well, this was circulated last week to everyone for the budget hearings.
Okay, I apologize about that, but I
mean for the budget workshop.
I apologize that I didn't focus on that. I would propose that we have here the same language that we used for TAG and GEMS.
Okay, just leave it semi-annual.
Yes.
And well, my hand is raised, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't support that. I think last year was the first time we had, I shouldn't say that. Parking has been a recent issue. I think that requiring them to give us 2 reports in a short period of time, plus come to our budget committee meeting is unnecessary. I think we asked for 1 report January that they discussed during the budget committee hearings. If we want information about how their department is proceeding and the impact on the revenues, we can ask them to a budget meeting. But I think to condition money where all of a sudden we have to worry about the timing and whether they have enough money to pay their payroll unless they come to us, we sort of got into that a little bit last year. But I would propose we only need to hear from them once, and we are making this overly bureaucratic where it doesn't need to be.
So Leslie, you didn't offer any other changes, and you and I even talked about this last night. So what are you
Right.
proposing?
So my proposal is 1 report in January that is then discussed at the budget committee hearings. And
We're going to have a hard time passing a subject to release or condition on parking services without a visual reference to it. It's just not good. I don't know how this happened. So, Roland, I'm not moving that condition. Nathaniel Witherell.
Might I suggest just offering substitute language right now, subject to release by the Board of Estimate and Taxation upon review and acceptance by the BET of a report in January 2021, and leave it at that.
I have a motion to amend the paragraph. I have a motion.
Karen, I would go on mirroring the above, respecting their operations personnel and
I'm
finances.
suggesting what Leslie has said, to move this along to, I mean, it doesn't preclude you from getting another report at a different time. I agree. We're not getting revenues now. The report, is probably going to be limited. I would suggest that we consider the substitute resolutions to say subject to release by the Board of Estimate and Taxation on review and acceptance by the BET of a report in January 2021.
I have a motion on that. I'll second that motion. Discussion.
In supporting that motion, and I do support that motion, the dollar amount needs to change because then we're only conditioning half year of the budget, not all of it.
That's fine.
Exactly my point too.
Yeah,
How do they
fine.
make their payroll for the first 6 months?
Yes.
Okay.
That's fine. So we 1,000,034.
Why not just make it 1 million?
That's even
So,
better.
Karen, what if we just added the same lines from
I have a
above?
motion on the floor that's seconded.
Leslie, I think this is acceptable to most of the members.
I was just going to say to mirror the others above, respecting, a final clause, respecting their operations, personnel, and finances. I
I have a
propose an
motion on the
amendment.
floor that's been seconded. It's a double motion. It's a double change of a dollar amount, and it shortens the paragraph to what we do see in front of us.
Okay,
Do
great.
I have any other discussion on this? Okay, Nathaniel Witherell. Any questions?
Point of order, Mr. Mason.
Go ahead, Ms. Crumick.
Is the Nathaniel Witherell parallel to what we did last year? I'm afraid I haven't looked back to find out.
Yes, it is. It is.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Again, that's why we try to get documents that are on. Okay. Do we have it? Roland, is there anything else on this page?
That's all I have.
That's it?
That's all it's
Mike,
proposed.
you have 2 hands up. I don't know if they're residual
Oh, I'm
from
so
the other.
sorry. Miss Moriarty, I'm sorry.
Oh, I should have lowered my hand. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Mr. Ramers, I have.
Yes, I believe we have some conditions on some capital items. Is that responsive to your question?
Yeah, that's what I was looking for.
That's a different page.
That's the
Okay.
next tab.
Okay, so let's go back to this tab. I think what Ms. Tarkington did, like we've done in the past, on operating and capital. So these 4 conditions, whatever they're called, conditions as amended. Do I need to call for a roll call vote? Okay, moving on.
Wait. Don't go so quick. So when you say a roll call vote, you're still allowing comment as you identify each one of these?
I haven't gotten to these. I'm talking about there's operating conditions and capital. We haven't done
So,
capital.
so we approved the past four. Okay, fine. Thank you.
Yes,
That's
yes.
what I was doing. Okay.
Got it.
Now, I'll run through these. Greenwich Avenue intersection improvements, $200,000. The first one. Is that project still in?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions on that?
I have one question. I didn't raise my hand
Please.
yet. Raise my hand.
I got to call Bill Drake too.
This is, I want to confirm that the DPW has sufficient resources to do the study. This is the full amount. I know that this is the full amount of this particular project. Are they going to be able to supply us with the information being requested here without access to any of the funding? Do we ask them?
What they told us at the budget committee was that they were completing some kind of a traffic study already under the other Greenwich Avenue program, and that they would have data available, but it wasn't available at the time of our budget committee meeting.
So we don't
Okay,
really know.
moving on, Mr. Drake had his hand up.
No.
Okay, thank you. Hamel Rink. Hamel Rink is a subject to release of $150,000 as you see it written right here. Right, this is a final just for, I see, to get the MI correct, okay. Moving on, Eastern Greenwich Civic Center, $230,000. Again, what we're doing is we're following the charter. We're getting the MI before we release more money. I get it, okay. Greenwich High School Cardinal Stadium.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So Roland, can you expand that screen so we can read the whole
Sure.
condition?
I was just going to say, something's missing there.
We've
Miss
got to just
Erickson
make
will
the
be
cell
next.
bigger. He can do that.
Miss Erickson will be next. I'm sorry. I missed that hand.
Okay, so this now, I just want to call everybody's attention to the last phrase here, which says information on, and we should spell out public-private partnerships or private donations in this particular thing. We know that whole issue is in play. Actually, the prior donors have identified they are not going to follow through. So I want to make sure that the implication here is not that this project is subject to donations. So I'm not even, that if that is a criteria for people releasing the funds, I think we need to be much more transparent about it. Is this intended to be a criteria that unless you get some donations, this project doesn't go forward?
Well, it's asking for information on the public-private partnership. We've already got that information.
Exactly.
Yeah. I don't read it that way either. I just think that it's, if they come in and say we don't have any, they don't have any.
But I want to make sure it's not a basis for somebody to say, well, the implication is you're supposed to have gotten some, so you don't have access to the funds. I think we need to be clear.
I think the language is very clear. It just says an information on the $1 million. If they have no information, they have no information. I mean,
Can I make a suggestion to drop the $1 million since that's not assigned with this project anymore? It's a public, you want to know about public-private partnerships.
I would be okay with dropping the $1 million. I think that I've heard that even though the prior organization has dropped their support, that they were pursuing others. So I like leaving the language in, but I'm okay with dropping the dollar amount. And I don't think it's a condition, Ms. Moriarty. I think it's meant to just report back, I think, as Karen suggested.
It's a lot better without the dollar figure.
I think it's very sad we lost that.
I agree.
And I'm shocked I'm shocked that we haven't asked why that happened, but that's another conversation. Okay, as amended, budget conditions on our capital conditions. Do I have any, Ms. Erickson, followed by Mr. Raymer?
I just have a technical question because I know there's money in the current year's budget for the Cardinal Stadium item that is conditioned. And I know each year we have some repetitive conditions on operating money. I just want to be sure that is there any way to carry over existing conditions in this budget book so people don't have to flip back into last year's budget book? Or is there any process for that?
We've never had that process.
Okay, I think it's just getting a little confusing, but I will let my comments slide and Leslie Moriarty address some of my previous comments. So thank you.
Okay. Next hand up was Mr. Raymer.
I think it's a non sequitur, but on the material that we received prior to the meeting, there was a reference to funds for a Greenwich Library renovation, which I don't think applies to this year's budget. Am I right? You
It's
don't,
not
you don't
in
have
there.
your sheet here, but
Not
page
in there.
16,
It's not in there.
Okay.
page 16 of your handout had a reference to it, and I think that was just an error, right?
No, it wasn't an error, but it was there and it's not there now.
The proposal was removed.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Frick.
You're calling a vote upon this a unanimous one?
Unless I hear different, I'm going to call this vote unanimous.
I'm sorry, my eyes are going all over this page. I have a comment on the Hamel Rink wording. So it says review and acceptance of the BET of a report to confirm additional funds for architectural and engineering service. It's hard to know what's implied there. Is it really a report to confirm the need for additional funds? Is that what's intended?
Yes, I had that word there before, and then I think Bill and I talked and it was dropped out, but we can have the word need, no issue.
It doesn't change the intent, I don't believe. Is that?
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
One more time. Budget conditions on capital projects as presented. Do I need to call roll call vote?
No.
I hear no need for that. Ms. Moriarty's hand is up again.
Oh, no, it just didn't come down. Sorry.
Okay, moving on. Do we have any other conditions? Budget committee members who worked on that, thank you very much. That takes us to budget resolutions. Ms. Vassilotis, can you take us through this?
Yes, the law committee met and reviewed the resolutions with Roland and other members of the law department. We added the words Article 2 before Section 30C of the Charter to just in various places, and you'll see it in 1, 2. If Roland, you can scroll down. To clarify where in the charter we were talking about. Number 7 was deleted because it was determined that it's obsolete and it just is not needed anymore. And that was confirmed with GCTV. We added to both the Harbor Management and Shellfish Commission and the representative town meeting, if necessary, under Article 2, Section 30C of the charter should not be in red because that was there before. Oh, no, I'm sorry, it should be, I'm sorry. And that is to allow these commissions, both the harbor management, no, that's correct, don't change it. To allow them to use the revenues. Right now they have a collection method, but they cannot use the revenues. If it's over 5,000, the Board of Ed and the Board of Estimate and Taxation and Representative Town Meeting need to approve the expenditures. Moving down, we also deleted, again, this is the same language for the Shellfish Commission. We also deleted a number of resolutions. Number 38 was, we don't follow the procedure that was outlined anymore. Basically what Roland explained was that that we would allocate the full amount, and if we received monies on the resale of vehicles, it would go back into the general fund. Correct, Roland?
Yes.
Okay, I got it right. Going down. Sorry, I'm trying to do this. these were deleted again because they were considered obsolete. These are not procedures that are followed anymore. The Junior League also basically has given what they've given for the Byram swimming pool and park. So that and no more monies are expected from that. And the skate park, the same issue. They basically have run out what they were going to do with that. And that was it for those resolutions. For the bonding resolutions, it came up during this past year that there might be situations where the chairman of the Board of Estimate and Taxation, for some reason, was not available, and for whatever reason, coronavirus not excluded. So we added the words or designee. It actually should be or designee authorized by the chairman. To allow the chairman to appoint an authorized designee in the event that that person could not do what they needed to do. We did pass this through bond council. They had no issue with it. So Roland, the term or authorized designee, there is a fix to that. It should be or designee authorized by the BET chairman.
Karen,
Yes, I'm sorry.
or the chairman's authorized designee.
Thank you, sorry, or the chairman's, so instead of, yes, or the chairman's authorized designee. I knew it was something like that, Beth.
You needed that in there, Roland. The chairman's authorized designee. Thank you.
Okay.
So while Roland is making those changes, those are basically the changes to the resolutions.
Okay, so Ms. Moriarty had her hand up, but let me just clarify. So this is the budget resolutions from the law committee. Thank you both. Sincerely appreciate it. And this also includes the bonding resolution, or is that a separate resolution?
There's a separate bonding resolution, which is, well, both of these, I'm looking at both of them, sorry.
Okay.
They are the
Yes, those are the bonding resolutions, both of those.
So,
Chairman, sorry, Roland needs to put an or in there while you're doing it. There you go.
So we all know that the bonding resolution after the actions of the RTM comes back to us for an adjustment to the number, correct?
Correct.
Right. Yeah, we didn't adjust the numbers because we knew that those would change.
Okay, I understand. Good. All right. Am I to understand there's another resolution for refinancing other debt?
Yes.
Okay, so Roland, you want me to do those separately? So I need if the amendments are accepted and I don't see hands up, I would need a roll call vote on the budget resolution.
You have Leslie Moriarty with her hand up.
Oh, I said that before too. Ms. Moriarty.
I want to go back to the conversation we had on the FEMA reimbursements, which we are expecting to come in, and that the lack of clarity on how we're handling those. It's items 9 and 12 in the resolutions. And I don't really want you to necessarily try to resolve this on the fly unless it's an easy resolution, but right now they're kind of in conflict.
Leslie,
I think maybe if we go with 9 and we drop the and FEMA in number 12, it requires BET action in case something comes in that should go to a department.
I'd like to hear from Roland.
Leslie, I think the controller is authorized to accept it in 12, but if we want to spend it, we need to go to the BET.
It says add to the appropriate accounts. That's not appropriating. That's appropriating it, isn't it?
No, that's just putting it into a revenue account or something like that.
So is it go in a revenue account and gets conditioned? Or no, I guess if it's a revenue account, they're not spending it. It goes into the authorization.
Right, let's say we get some where we put it into insurance or something like that. it just is available to be appropriated later on.
Can I ask a question on language? Paragraph 9 references grants, apply for and accept grants. And paragraph 12 references accepting FEMA proceeds. Is there a difference? Maybe we need both paragraphs.
Yes, actually, I think there are differences there. The proceeds are for reimbursements. The grants are actually grants that FEMA
Grants.
gives. Right.
Yeah.
Yes, so they are two different things.
If the
Yeah, I think
lawyers
we need
believe-
both paragraphs.
If the lawyers believe that the language at least works, I guess it's on the to-do list to see if next year, maybe it's, there are a different way to phrase it for a little bit clearer, but.
Karen's the lawyer. I'm the retired old guy.
But like I'm saying, a year from now, you're telling me that the language in here works and it's not
Yes.
overlapping. Okay.
No, I don't believe it is now that I'm looking at the words because grants are quite different from proceeds.
It's duly noted for next year.
Thank you.
Glad we're off to political jokes and we're attacking the attorneys now.
As usual.
Okay, Miss Erickson had her hand up and then I have a question.
So I had a question about resolution number 39, the health department. We had referenced earlier that the health department may be the one, perhaps it's applying for the FEMA grants. FEMA is not spelled out in resolution 39, but federal government is. So I'm just wondering, does that factor into this conversation at all?
It does say or other departments of.
But the proceeds become appropriations. I'm not sure. I'm just asking.
Yeah, I don't think that's an issue because like Jeff said, it's kind of all encompassing when it says other departments and agencies of the state of Connecticut, the federal government, and nonprofit corporations. FEMA is a department of the federal government. So I think we're covered there.
That's what I meant. The health department is allowed to apply for and accept. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay. I'm going to call for a roll call vote on this. This document that's before us. I just want to make sure everybody's clear. On a separate note, I want everybody to think about something. I actually have brought this up in the workshop a little bit, and I brought it up a little bit today. We were talking about some of the operational budgets being impacted by our decision. We do have a relatively strong feeling that there is revenues coming through the state to the town. There'll be specific, some will be education, some might be health, some might be reimbursements. I want the BET to, and by the way, we can amend, once we pass a budget, we can amend it and send an amendment to the RTM afterwards, as long as we send them a budget by April 5th. I am, one of the things that I'm looking at, and this really may have a lot to do with distant learning and what have you, is when that comes, I want us to think about how we create a resolution to send to the RTM to put that money in the proper accounts for schools and whatever, and be able to, for them to allocate that. So keep that in your thought process as we go forward, because part of, we're all making judgment calls. Part of it is, do we think things are going to open up and things are going to get back to normal? But also, I think there's a good potential for some external funding to offset some of the thoughts that we're talking about. So with that, I need Bill Drake to call a roll call vote on this. And Mr. Drake, go ahead.
Point of order, Mr. Mason.
Ms. Krummick.
You used a date of April 5. I'm not sure that's the right date.
I am sure that the BET by charter has till April 5th to submit a budget to the RTM, or then the RTM would take the current operating budget for this year with slight adjustments as per statute, and that would be the budget they would work from.
Okay, but this year it's
I don't-
changed, right?
Yeah, I don't think you mean April 5th because April 5th
I'm
is
sorry,
passed.
May 5th. Thank you, Ms. Krummick.
It's May
Very
5th, yeah.
appreciated. I had the 5 right. Okay, Mr. Drake, please call the roll call.
Can I ask one question first? Just on the date again of May 5th, the governor's executive order delayed things by.
Okay.
So we may not be bound by that, even though that may
We
be.
are bound by that because the representative town meeting in adopting the privileges of the state directive specified the dates for each and every deadline. at their last meeting. Mr. Drake,
So this vote is on two resolutions, which are in one Word document on your screen.
yes.
And the resolutions.
Yeah, the resolution, he had it right, Mr. Raymer. Go ahead, Mr.
Ms. Cruiser,
Yes.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Ms. Crumick,
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington, Mr. Mason,
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Fasliotis,
Vasiliotis, yes.
Raymer,
Yes.
Mr. Deuce,
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod,
Yes.
Ms. Erickson,
Yes.
back to Mrs. Tarkington.
Yes, I already said yes.
That passed by 12, nothing.
Okay.
I have a little thing you might be interested in. 13 months ago, when you had decision day, you accomplished this in 10 hours.
Okay.
You
Mr.
are
Drake.
now at
Mr.
9
Drake,
hours. And
Mr.
at
Drake,
9.5
Mr. Drake,
hours at 6:30.
Mr. Drake,
The motion.
Mr. Drake. Thank you. Please, Mr. Drake, you're wasting time. Okay. Roland, can you take us to the resolution from finance?
You said the resolution from finance.
Yeah, whatever. The next resolution we have to approve, it's for other previous borrowings that we have to pass.
Refinancing.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I thought we just voted both of them.
No, we did not. We voted on budget resolutions and the budget and the borrowing resolution for this year. This is for refinancing of previous debt.
Thank you.
Is this the bands or is this?
No.
No, this is previous long-term debt if there's an
Yes.
opportunity to refinance at a lower interest rate.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Fasliotis, you're moving the, or, yeah, Ms. Fasliotis, would you move this for Roland and Peter?
Yes, I'm moving that we, that the resolution be, I'm moving the resolution be moved as is before you.
Seconded by Ms. Crumick. Thank you, Ms. Crumick. Discussion.
And again, we added the language or chairman's authorized designee to allow that to occur if necessary.
Okay, I need a roll call vote on this, Mr. Drake.
We'll call this the refinancing resolutions, if that's okay. Ms. Erickson,
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod,
Yes.
Mr. Deuce,
Yes.
Mr. Raymer,
Yes.
Ms. Fasliotis,
Vasiliotis is yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington,
yes,
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes.
Ms. Crumick,
Yes.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Ms. Cruiser. Ms.
Yes.
Cruiser,
Yes.
that was unanimous.
Okay. Do we have anything other under resolutions that we need to address? Okay. Back to review and revisit. Roland, can you take us back to the mill rate calculation page? There you go. So, Roland, can you go back on the yellow column to 51? There you go, right there, just below. There you go.
Nope, not that line.
Nope, no, yeah.
And that's the way he has to do it.
Okay, it's not a formula.
Pardon me, are we waiting for Roland to do
Yes.
something?
So before I entertain a motion, which I may move just to get it moving, I just want to say something here. I've seen the proposal. I've seen the concern about the capital tax, the use of fund balance, and I've seen the concern about the use of the the amount of Board of Education budget. I'm going to say this, and I'm going to be blunt. This is a very difficult situation in our town's history, and it's a very change. I don't believe that our colleagues, my colleagues, will agree to anything other than the Board of Ed being fully funded. I've written an op-ed. I've said it. And we've all said it. The town is in an economic situation that is likely very unknown, not unknown, very unknown, and where it goes and what services come back and what expenses we're going to need if things continue to close or if they reclose, if the pandemic reflares. There is a lot of judgment here, and there's a lot of information that needs to get to the community, but it's not. There's a question of what resources even that we're appropriating are going to be needed or not. That's a real question. What capital is going to be able to be done or not? My colleagues believe that the Board of Ed can live without $700,000. That's out of the over $200 million in the town. That's a very small number. Our colleagues, my colleagues have taken a position that we have a team issue in town. We can't fix this. The 12 of us are very magical, very skilled people, but we cannot fix if the pandemic goes the way some of us think it's going to go. We cannot let the hurdle for next year become insurmountable. At the workshop, it was our colleagues were giving us serious concern, which I happen to agree with, by the way, about the reduction of the capital tax levy down to 51 million. I understand why, because it puts us in a back. But I will say this to my colleagues. The rhetoric and everything I heard today has left out, I need to hear a word, and I've read many of the letters, and I've heard your conversations, and I hear you say, we're not doing the health and safety in that motion that I don't know if you're pushing or not. And I'm sitting here and I'm saying, wow, didn't we just talk about Nathaniel Witherell and what we do there? I would say if my colleagues believe that the schools can't operate with $1 less than a $700,000 reduction, I think that's a lack of willingness to try. I think if I said, well, how about we put 300,000 or 500,000 back in the Board of Ed, my colleagues are still not voting for the budget. We've created distemperament in this town over this because the people don't know. And we have 60% of our budget, and that's a very conservative number. It happens to be 66% of our budget that I'm asking to join us and contribute to the long-range plan. I have openly said that the number, and I keep hearing, and I'll emphasize, the budget cuts we made. We didn't make any cuts. We kept the budget flat. And I need everybody to hop in their car, take a look around and look at the closed businesses. We got 1 out of 5 Americans now out of work. We have got revenues into town. We have a tax deferment. We have lots of issues going on. I've been known to compromise, and I've been compromising in this town government longer than any of you. I see no compromise coming from my colleagues. I have offered a reserve for any reduction in the operating budget to be in place. Okay, I understand you say the department can't set up. Let me ask you a question. What's Parks and Rec doing right now for hiring summer help? They don't know, because they really don't. They don't know what the state or the first selectman or what the virus is going to do. They're in the same exact position, maybe at a lower scale, and I'll admit to that. Okay, I've heard colleagues. I've written down all of your comments today, every one of them, and all I could say is those comments are not worth the air that we wasted on those, and I mean that. If you want to make a compromise here, if I thought the Board of Ed would have a better chance with an additional $300,000 or $400,000, I would push that conversation. But I don't believe my colleagues. I believe my colleagues are the ones that put their foot down and said, Here's what we're doing. I have begged everybody, you heard, even resolutions, and I'm not picking on Mr. Raymer. He's a dear friend. I care about immensely. But we're talking about budget resolutions. We had those 4 days ago, 5 days ago. If you knew the angst that I gave Leslie Tarkington to reach out and get those done. So we're showing up here today with some new motions, some of them very good, by the way, and some of them very clarifying. So I leave it. I'll make a motion if you want to take the yellow column. I might be inclined to put another million back into the capital tax levy. I believe the 15 plus the Nathaniel Willow cleanup and call that. Would you like me to make that motion? Would you like me to call the vote on that motion? I'm asking, and I'm saying, what you, this needs 12 of us to fix the problem. It needs 12 of us. We've been all ears. We've been transparent. We are 4 full months into a BET. This BET has worked harder than any BET I've ever served on. Any BET I've ever served on. We have solutions. By the way, and I'll go to Ms. Moriarty. I have to tell you, if everything opened up and schools were announced now that they're going to open and be ready to go, and we really saw a problem and we saw things returning, we don't even have to wait till July if we thought that was the case. But I'm asking for their help. I sent the letter to the superintendent the other day in response to a letter I got from her with lots of suggestions. Some of them may not be, but how about an attempt? How about everybody in this town? I have not heard enough about the taxpayer. I've heard about the children. I've heard about the seniors. Okay. I've had people accuse us of not being invested in the town. That's not really true. That's where I stand. I've had texts today from people I considered not friends, but family. Okay. I've had those. Okay. It's really easy in the bleachers to call the plays. We're on the field. I have not, I'm asking you one more time. Are you sure you don't want to make a compromise? But I don't think you do. And I said, if I offered you 300,000 more for the Board of Ed budget, okay, we took cybersecurity, we'll put that separately. We took the study Mr. Raymer motioned and we supported out of our norm because that was really part of the Board of Ed cut. So right there, that's what, 600,000 really, we've already done another way. But you're not going to count that. And then even if I made a concession and let the Board of Ed not be part of this, help us with the solution, you'd say, but they're still $1.5 million short. I've said my piece. I can make the motion and call for the vote. If you'd like a short recess, I'm all ears. We have till 8 o'clock.
So is it my turn to comment?
You may if you'd like.
So what I heard there was basically trying to denigrate the comments that we made all day, saying that they were not of value to you. That's exactly what you said. But I'm going to put that aside. To understand what you're saying now is $1 million from capital, and where would you put the $1 million? I didn't understand where you would put that $1 million, but maybe let's not get into haggling here. It's very difficult to do live on the spot. I think we have to take it offline a little bit. But here's the difference that I see versus how you see it. And I agree with you. There are challenges for many of our residents and many of our businesses. We don't walk away from that. But when we look at, and so our initial proposal changed from an increase. First of all, we all a month ago thought a 1.39% increase in the mill rate was acceptable. It came out of the budget committee. There would have been some changes at the margin. Then the virus happened, and our proposal initially was still a 0.7% increase in the mill rate. We listened at the workshop. You say we didn't compromise. We did compromise. We went down to a 0% mill rate change. And I know that all of these variables are in play and what we're looking at for different departments, but the mill rate change is one of the factors that we all look at and we all talk to our constituents about. But the difference here is I said it earlier and you didn't hear me then. I'm not sure you're hearing me now, but the Board of Ed is a different animal. And it's a big machine, and it's a huge business, right? It's the largest business we have in town. And everyone can say it's a big number. We should be able to to make changes? And the answer is they can. But the changes are the ones at the margin. Until they change structurally, it is more difficult. So all of the structural changes you identified that should be considered, I doubt that any of those are going to be ignored. I doubt that, I believe that they will be looked at and they will be considered, but none of them can be implemented on July 1st. But on July 1st, the superintendent, or I should say probably in May, has to decide what hiring she's doing. She always has teacher turnover. She always has to figure out what classroom she's going to have. Until she knows she's not operating in a certain fashion, she's got to set up for that. They've got to develop the curriculum and the other associated information. They have to probably work on not only classroom education, but what if they're distance learning education? And I'm sure there are improvements they want to make over the summer on those things. We have 3 months of distance learning where kids didn't develop. And then we have a great large population of kids who are even more challenged, who will have an unsettled needs. Now, I understand that you recognize that, but the difference in what you're saying and what I'm saying is that they need to plan, and they need to plan on the amount of resources that we have. I don't think we expect them to say, okay, they took out this money from the budget, but they say it can come back from interims, so I'm going to just keep coming back for interims. That's not what you want them to do. That's not what I would want them to do. I want them to know what resources they have to deliver the product that we need to do. I get that we have uncertainty in what additional revenues may be coming into the town and that we may end up allocating to them, but it doesn't really help the way the Board of Ed is operating. You say you're not taking resources away from the schools by having a flat budget. We're taking resources away from the schools, but every town department, because they all have contractual agreements with our labor unions that have built-in salary increases. So you got to fund them somewhere. They're all behind the 8 ball going forward, and we know that. But I think we need to use our judgment on where we take money from and where we put it in. And you indicate that you don't believe that we're willing to compromise and on that school number. We're saying we're willing to talk to you. I presented a proposal half hour ago, an hour ago, whatever that was, that talked about changes in this whole chart that would allow us to get the money to be able to do a better job for the schools and for the children. And that was dismissed. That was summarily dismissed. You're not even talking there. You're saying, I never gave you a proposal. So I don't really know how we go from there. There are 2 ways we can go. We could vote this budget. You guys can push it through and just let the cards fall where they may. And that may be the outcome. That may be the only one we have. I don't know. We can adjourn this meeting, see if there's something that can be done in the interim. But to be honest, you're kind of posturing this to make it difficult to have that conversation. You're muted, Mike.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Mr. Raymer still has his hand up.
So I was going to say a lot of the same things that Leslie just said. I'm not going to say them all twice. I very much regret the tone of this meeting. I think that has been unfortunate. I don't like being told that we were prepared to accept nothing less than fully funded for the Board of Education, when in fact we came back at least twice. Maybe you'd like to cite to me all the various offers and counteroffers that the Republicans made, because I think the count on that is 0. And the vice chair has said that the flavor of the Democrats was it's my way or the highway. I don't know how else I would describe the posture of the Republicans, which did not move on $1 in movement at any point during these conversations. Elections have consequences, and it's entirely the prerogative of the people who've been elected to take the postures that we saw here today. But much of it, frankly, was regrettable, the outcome and the tone. I'm a grown-up. We're all grown-ups. I have a fairly thick hide. I don't take any of this personally, but I don't think we did the best job that could have been done for the town today. And I urge us now just to bring this to a vote. Let's hold the vote. If there's something that happens later on, we can always, within our time periods anyway, I suppose, reopen something. But I think we ought to close this not very attractive chapter in BET history.
Ms. Faslotis, is your mic on?
Yeah, my mic is on. I too am disappointed in the outcome of today. When I said that it was your way or the highway, you proposed a 700,000 reduction, but you were unwilling to look at some number above that. And that's what I meant by that remark. We're not the only municipality facing this dilemma. I mean, every single municipality in Connecticut is facing what we're facing today. The proposed reduction, and I want to call a spade, the proposed reduction to the Board of Ed is equivalent to a 1-year pay freeze for the educators of this town. I keep hearing that, they put the children come first. Well, how about, I challenge them to put the children first. If that's not palatable to the Board of Ed, the administrators of the school system are getting a 7% wage increase. I don't hear any of them saying, let me forego my wage increase, and yet they're still the highest paid in the state. Start a dialogue and figure out how together they can work through this. Other municipalities that I've talked to are facing deeper cuts than we are because they don't have the money to make it through. So, we're lucky, we're fortunate. We are Greenwich. We have planned financially through the years to weather storms. And I just believe that, it's just sad.
Mr. Weisbrod was next.
Yeah, I'm not going to speak for long. I think that we've been over this plenty already. I also agree with Mr. Raymer that we should bring the matter to a vote. I do have to say that we've never heard of a number, there's been no rigidity, at least in my heart, in terms of anything. And throughout the course of this, I do take a little bit of it.
If you'll all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible.
Discarded and voted down. So it is a sad day. I agree with Karen on that. It's a sad day. Honestly, I came into this day thinking that we would all come together in some way. I really did. I know the community wanted to see that. And it's not the case. And so we leave here with a lot of partisanship, and it's very sad. So at this point, I guess the die is cast, and it'll be what it'll be. So thank you.
Okay, Mr. Raymer, your hand is up.
It's not a motion to limit debate, but I would like to encourage a vote.
Okay, Ms. Erickson, I just calling the hands that are up. Ms. Erickson?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was having a little trouble following. Are you planning to make a motion? Or were you just discussing the possibility of making a motion?
No, what happens is we need a final decision on capital tax levy, use of fund balance to finalize the motion for the budget.
I know, and Mrs. Moriarty made a motion I guess within the last hour, that was rejected. So I'm wondering, do you have a counter?
Right. And I think I thought I was pretty clear that I would say, look, if you want to, I'll move a motion. I'm inclined in the yellow column to, I'm still looking at that capital tax levy and I'm thinking I'd like to see it go up because that was, you gave us such good concerns last week that it has my concern. And I think the fund balance I would leave as. So yes, that is the answer to your question is yes, I would put one together, but I wanted to make sure everybody had a chance to talk about this and to see what they wanted to do. Mr.
Okay, so
Drake.
just to be clear,
Oh,
though, you have no motion to restore any portion of the school's budget.
I don't have a motion on that right now, no.
Thank you.
Mr. Drake.
You know, I interpret today a little differently, perhaps, than the pessimists. You know, I was making notes when David Weisbrod spoke this morning. David's a smart guy. And the words I wrote down is that we're facing a financial storm, he said. We all agree it's a storm. And then we're approaching this in a nonpartisan spirit. Maybe that was everybody's view at noon, but I take David at his word. I think he was right. You know, we're facing an economic collapse. We have never faced this before. This is worse than 9/11. This is worse than the 2008 crash. Your parents never went through this. Maybe your grandparents did when they in the Depression, but this is severe. You know, unemployment has gone from a record low to a record high in 45 days. And it's tough for businesses. All our friends are in the retail business and restaurant business. They're dead. They are dead. Their businesses are lost. Their life is lost. If you're a prosperous person, you have a stock portfolio, you've taken a 20% hit and you don't know where it's going. This is severe and calls for real actions, not minor actions. You know, we are the stewards of the people's money here. You know, the easy answer is to spend and tax and borrow. But this is not the time for the easy answers. And being a prosperous community does not mean we should take the easy answers. You know, the 12 of us have the power to levy compulsory taxes. Think about that. That is a rare and powerful thing. It's a tool that needs to be used with a great deal of reluctance and hesitation and a light touch, not a heavy touch. So, you know, we're all in favor of having an excellent school system. I think everybody brought their good ideas today. I know that all 12 of us have the best interests of the town in mind and approach this in an honest manner. I have confidence in all my colleagues of both parties. This is just a thing that had to be wrestled out. It was wrestled out. We have a difference of view of where the taxes should land and the degree to which, I guess, the education budget, our largest one, should participate in the responses to this severe problems we face. So that's a difference in degree. It's not a difference it's not a massive difference, despite the fact that I got 900 emails today that said that horrible and devastating cuts. They weren't cuts, they weren't horrible, and they weren't devastating. We took it back to last year's budget, basically. So I think this has been, it's not as ugly as Jeff said. Let's vote it and move on cooperatively for the good of the town.
Okay, I have no other hands. I want to make sure everybody has a chance. Okay, I'm going to move I'll move the yellow column, which, just so we're clear, calls for capital tax levy of 51 million, use of fund balance in two lines of 15 million and 4.1 million. And I think we know what those are for. I'll move that. Do I have a second?
Yes.
Okay, just on discussion on that motion, I just want all of us to realize that there's still, well, let's use our guesstimates. There's still $3.5 million of other funds that the taxpayers in the town are going to have to come up with for the garbage fees. I don't know what the term is going to be, but just keep that in mind as we do this. So, okay, record vote, Mr. Drake.
Yes, and I guess I could call it column J, but the three key things that you identified were the $15 million use of fund balance, the 4.1 to the withdrawal, And what was the third one? The whole level of appropriations.
No, the capital tax levy, use of fund balance.
Capital tax levy.
Yep.
So
Now, I need to step aside, Mr. Raymer. This is a motion to. This is actually, is this a motion to amend? I think this is a motion to amend the budget.
No, it's oh, I see, because it was proposed. You're right. It's a motion to amend the recommendation that came from the Budget Committee.
Okay, so this is a motion to amend, and then if this passes, we'll follow that with a vote. Okay, Mr. Drake, roll call vote, please.
in column J, and the key things you said are line 21, line 29, and line 30. Okay, here goes. Ms. Cruiser,
Come back.
Ms. Hess,
Yes.
Ms. Crumick,
No.
Ms. Moriarty,
No.
Ms. Tarkington,
Yes.
Mr. Mason,
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Fasliotis,
Vasiliotis, yes.
Mr. Raymer,
No.
Mr. Deuce,
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod,
No.
Ms. Erickson,
No.
and returning to Ms. Cruiser.
No.
That item is 6-6 for the moment.
So I will break the tie and make it 7-6. Now, on the budget as amended, I want to be very, very, very cautious with everyone here. If the vote comes up 6-6 and I fail to break the tie, we're all clear what happens, right? I want to be crystal clear here. There will be no capital. There will be a budget that gets adjusted for debt service and healthcare, the things that are mandated, and the appropriations will go as they are right now anyway. So keep that in mind. So, Mr. Drake, would you call a roll call vote?
What would you call this one, sir?
This is the 2021 budget as amended.
Okay. We'll start at the other end of the table. Ms. Erickson,
No.
Mr. Weisbrod,
No.
Mr. Deuce,
Yes.
Mr. Raymer,
No.
Ms. Fasliotis,
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Mason,
I'll pass.
Ms. Tarkington. Ms. Tarkington? We'll come back to her. Ms.
Yes,
Moriarty?
yes, yes.
Ms. Moriarty?
I vote no.
Ms. Crumick?
No.
Ms. Hess?
Yes.
Ms. Cruiser?
No.
So that item has five yes votes, and back to Mr. Mason.
I'm voting yes.
So that count is 6-6.
I will break the tie-breaking vote with the yes.
That item passes.
The budget can pass with 7 votes. Mr. Raymer, there's any questions on that?
No, I agree. It passed with 7-6.
Okay. Okay, having no further business in front, I was going to call for comments. That's correct. We have time. Mr. Drake, can you? I want to call for comments, although I think we've made them. Can you do a roll call? And I would ask the officers and minority caucus leader to go last.
Then I'll start with.
I would ask everybody for a minute, to not exceed a minute.
I would start with Ms. Cruiser if she wants to make a comment.
Sure. I've got to say I'm very disappointed about the outcome of today. I believe that the proposals put forth by my Democratic colleagues did our best to listen to our diverse demographic constituents. In deferring nearly 40% of capital projects, passing cuts to all departments so everyone has some skin in the game, drawing down on our rainy day fund, but leaving some powder dry for future economic fallout of this horrible virus, and achieving a 0 mill rate, which was our proposal, should be considered a win-win-win by all our constituents. Listening involves nuance, and not all departments should be considered equally, particularly in this pandemic. As one of the 800 email writers said, well, prudence is good, practical prudence is better. I could not, in good faith, agree with this budget. And again, I'm very disappointed it has come to this.
Mr. Straight, next speaker.
Ms. Hess.
I wasn't actually really planning on saying much more than I did already today. I think I would echo that this is disappointing. This has been a very hard vote. I come back to, I don't know where we are and where we're going. And there's so much uncertainty today. And as we go forward, again, we'll either look back on this and say we started a process we needed to be prudent and fiscally responsible, or we'll have some more clarity and things will be better and we can sit back and we can revisit. I'm not suggesting that we're going to have many, many different interims, but I'm saying as there's a little bit more clarity around what does this pandemic mean for our community? We care about our community, all of them. This has been very, very hard. I hope that we're sitting here in 3 months and things are maybe somewhat back to normal and we can reconsider, where we may need to put money, but that's not where we are today. The uncertainty is just too great in my mind. So this has been a very hard day. I have not taken any of these decisions lightly. And it's hard and it's unfortunate. Thank you.
Ms. Crumick, followed by Ms. Tarkington.
Well, I truly am saddened. I'm concerned for the most vulnerable in our community. And in times of crisis, governments tend to give support. And I don't feel like we are today. So I hope that we can in the future do a better job of supporting our seniors, supporting our children, supporting those in the community who are most vulnerable. Thank you.
Ms. Tarkington.
Yes, I want to thank Chairman Michael Mason, my BET colleagues, Pete Minarski, Roland Geiger, and the Finance Department. I'm proud of the Budget Committee members and what they produced. Deborah Hess, Leslie, Jeff Raymer, the recommended budget with an effective mill rate increase of 1.35 or whatever. 10 days later, however, Town Hall closed its doors to all but a handful of essential workers. Budget Committee decision day, March 3, seems long ago. This budget reflects some of what we now know from the impact of the coronavirus pandemic on our town. There is a lot we do not know. The fiscal year 21 budget continues funding for the Greenwich High School Cardinal Stadium construction, designs for an improved security entrance for GHS, the Old Greenwich School Project, Eastern Greenwich Civic Center, the Hamel Ice Rink, as well as major townwide projects in cybersecurity and acquisition of an aquarium open space land. The budget continues major maintenance projects and moves forward to the 2 major remediation projects. Town departments must manage operating costs for this to succeed. This budget achieves, my goals to control the financial demands on Greenwich taxpayers, maintain the town's infrastructure, and preserve the residential quality of life. Again, I want to thank all.
Ms. Erickson.
Thank you to my colleagues. It's been a long day. To be perfectly honest, I'll keep my remarks short because at this point, I just really want this meeting to be over. I am actually physically sick. The difference between our 2 proposals, we were at negative 0.02, and you're at negative 0.85. And the difference is being borne by our education system, which is never been under greater strain, ever. And Bill's right about the lingering after effects of a pandemic. No one knows what the future is going to be looking like, but you can be sure it's going to be our kids who are going to be the most impacted. And I think to ask them to make these sacrifices at this point is really unconscionable. There's no other word I have for it. I think, I guess we all tried our best, but for folks to say this is hard and this has been a long day. I mean, you have no idea what hard is. I mean, some of you may be homeschooling your kids, but I can guarantee you, we haven't seen anything yet. And the one thing I just would add, and then I'll conclude, is that there was a comment that was made that, you know, we haven't talked about the taxpayer. Well, the taxpayers are parents. And I think we have talked about the taxpayer. We've talked about the businesses, we've talked about residents, and we need to start thinking about the parents. So with that, I will end, and thank you.
Mr. Raymer, how about?
So this was a disappointing outcome, a disappointing process, and a disappointing tone. I spoke at length at the beginning of this meeting and said that I wouldn't speak at length twice, so I'm going to keep that promise. More importantly, I think if you don't have something positive to say, sometimes it's better just to say nothing. So I'm going to let the vote speak, the vote and outcome speak for itself. It does so very articulately.
Mr. Weisbrod, please.
It's a very emotional moment for me. Of the hundreds of emails that came in, the one I remember the most was from an emergency room doctor dealing with the COVID cases at Greenwich Hospital, who only asked that we look out for his kids and the other kids that are in the school system. His voice was not heard, and I'm very saddened about that. Thank you.
Mr. Raymer.
Yeah,
I mean, Mr. Deuce. I'm so sorry, everybody. Mr. Deuce.
We're fungible.
Yeah, I had some prepared remarks, but it doesn't seem right to read them right now. I'm very thankful for Pete and Roland, and everyone in finance. I'm very thankful for our town workers. I'm very thankful for everyone who works in town. But I am so fearful. I'm pretty sure we'll get through and get a cure for the coronavirus in a year or two. But it's going to take us a decade to get through all the bills that will have to be paid off. And I fear this might be the easiest budget meeting the next decade. So I don't know. I'm very upset, and like others have expressed, I just don't want this meeting to be over.
For my part, I already spoke. Ms. Fasliotis, and then the chairman.
Ms. Moriarty will go before.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Sorry, Leslie.
Okay.
Leslie.
Who's going first? I'm sorry. Who's going first?
Mike said officers last, which I think was you, Karen, so therefore I say Leslie Moriarty, please go ahead.
No, I think Mrs. Fasliotis should speak before the Democratic chair.
I would agree with that.
Okay, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. I too echo the sentiment that this was a disappointing outcome. I believe that Republicans have presented a budget that reflects the reality of the current economic situation that we find ourselves in. With 1 in 5 people unemployed, seniors wondering if their Social Security is at risk, failed businesses, and people wondering if they can pay their rent or mortgage, we have thought of the most vulnerable of our town in passing this budget. We are not also immune to the concerns of parents who have expressed their desire for us to pass a full Board of Education budget. But I believe in my heart, and I believe absolutely that there are solutions that the Board of Ed can explore and can come up with to have no impact on our children in town. I think that it's up to them to meet that challenge and to make sure that the children of our town's education will not suffer and should not suffer. There are solutions that will not put our children at risk, and it's up to our government officials to make sure that that happens. So I too am saddened that we could not come to an agreement and pass a budget that was unilaterally agreed to, but we have what we have and we must move forward.
Who's left? Ms. Moriarty and then Mike?
Yes, just two of us.
I first want to thank Roland Geiger and Pete Minarski for their support today and their support in all the weeks and long days that we've put you through over the past few weeks, getting us the information to get today. I've had the opportunity to speak a lot today. Everyone knows where I stand. I think this budget is not responsible. I think it does not reflect the needs of our residents, our families, our children, or this town's future. The town looks to BET to give it balance and to make good decisions. We did not meet that expectation today. Thank you.
Mr. Mason.
So in giving thanks, I give thanks to Roland and Peter and our IT helpers that got us here. I want to give thanks to increased relationships with my fellow BET members. I've learned a lot from every one of you. Ms. Moriarty, Mr. Weisbrod come to mind. Some of you I've known longer than others. I don't think the budget's over today. I don't think town stops today. I think we have challenges in front of us. I think we all do care about everybody, and we all know that. I'll share a story. I was sitting in the cone room back in 2008. And I was facing the doors. We put the square tables in the center, and layoffs were going on in the town. There was a little ruckus and some issues with that going on and some unhappy people. And I remember the look on the people in the room. It was a look of fear. And I said to Peter Tessie at that time, we don't ever want to get ourselves in that position again. And I look at everything that's going on now, and I think we're far from that. I think we've done things thanks to Peter with fund balance, and we're in a better position. But the unknowns, we're going to find out in a very short period of time if even the appropriations we made are going to be needed, if programs are going to run. We have to get over this. We're going to continue to work. We're going to continue on. The town is not stopping. I too am not happy with today. I'm very unhappy with today. But I think that we have a bunch of people we represent, and we have people that we're trying to represent, and I just don't think there's a proper answer to this pandemic. I look at our pension fund and I say to myself, how are we going to handle when the pension fund next year goes up another $4 or $5 million? How are we going to do that? So I really sincerely, I have to say this in all seriousness, working with everybody has been amazing. And we'll continue to work. And this is probably the hardest working BET I have ever served with. And I think I've served with more than most. So with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.